Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hemp and Industry International Conference. Let me say just a few things before we start. This conference is organized by the Czech hemp cluster called Czech Hemp, and also by HempClub, which is a cluster of clusters, a club of 6 international clusters devoted to hemp. Let me first introduce and present to you the organizers, the persons who are in charge, who did that fantastic job of bringing all of you here. First of all, let me invite to the stage Hanka Gabrielová, Czech Hemp President. Hanka is the #1 connecting person in this country. You probably know her, all of you. Now, let me invite Michal Ruman, the project manager of Czech Hemp. Yes, we want to see your nice face. Yes, thank you. And also Lukáš Hurt, the action manager. So, this is the wonderful team. If you have anything you need, please contact one of us. There are coffees in the hall, and if you want to go on sustainably, please bring your used cups to the plastic box that's just next to the table, and they will be washed and used. That's all for technical aspects. There will be more coffee breaks for you. Now, what is important to say is that probably I should mention the media partners now. I could, which is the magazine Canopy, the main media on hemp and cannabis in this country, and also Experience Hemp by Maurice Beagle, the NOCO Expo organizer from Colorado. Wow, thank you all. And the last but not least, this conference is funded by the European Union program COSME. Wonderful. That's the future. So, basically, this is all from me for now, and there's the opening word to be had by Filip Kruta, who is a person from Czech Invest. He's the director of Eco Tech Hub, which basically what Filip does is that he builds an ecosystem of sustainable companies, from NGOs to state institutions. He will tell you more later on, but now it's his opening word. Thank you, Filip.
Thank you for the mic and for the nice introduction. So, as you heard, I'm Filip Kruta from Czech Invest. It's the Czech governmental agency which is focusing on innovation and investment. And as we heard, I'm trying to gather all together the innovative companies. And I must say that I'm not super experienced within the hemp. So I'm just can't wait, and I'm thrilled that I'm here. And I hope you, ladies and gentlemen, are thrilled as well, and you will enjoy the conference and all the talks about the innovation, networking, that you will move the hemp industry forward, which will help us within the technological innovation and sell actually the hemp products into the economy on the full scale. So enjoy the conference, network, talk about the innovation, talk about the production, share your experience, and I can't wait to hear that all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Filip. So Filip will be the presenter, the host of the first panel, which will start basically right away. And I think I just forgot. Yo, I'm sorry. He's the presenter of the number 4 panel. Right. The #1 panel is called Hemp's Contribution to Climate Mitigation, Bioeconomy and Circularity. It is presented by Matěj Prokop, as Lukáš correctly says. And I just forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bob. So this is how you can introduce me. I'm also here to help you. I will be of any assistance. We'll talk more about it. So let the first panel start.
Hi everybody, good morning. It's a pleasure to introduce this first panel. I would like to invite Maren and Nando and Pavel also to join us here so that we can have a panel. I'll just let you know a little bit about the format. At the beginning I'll introduce the guests, then each one of them will have about 5 to 10 minutes of their own introduction, speaking about their work and their project. And then we'll have about 45 minutes of discussion where you can contribute with your questions. We'll open up space later after their introductions. I'll start from the left. First guest of this panel discussion is Hanna Gabrielova, which most of you know, but I'll let you know a little bit about her. She graduated at the Agricultural University in Budweis with a thesis on cultivation of hemp. She led advocacy and policy initiatives in the EU and internationally. She served as an expert at the EU's Commission Focus Group on Sustainable Industrial Crops. She's a CEO of HempPoint, her own company. She's the president of Czech Hemp and also a co-founder of Hemp the Climate and Canopy US recently, her own company in the United States. Hanna is a big expert on the hemp industry, as most of you know. I like to call her the signpost of the hemp industry. Every time I look for someone around the world and I just blindly point at the map and I find Mongolia, as it happened recently. She always has someone in each country to connect with. Then on the right from her we have Maren Krings, who's a freelance German photojournalist and a climate impact storyteller and a filmmaker. Her work focuses on socio-ecological crisis and storytelling. Recently she also launched a book that she's been working on for 6 years. It's like an encyclopedic book called H is for Hemp. She has the book here, so you can find it later. She traveled in 26 countries and visited about 200 projects and made like 80 interviews with hemp experts, researchers, entrepreneurs, scientists, not just on the topic of hemp, but also especially its role in climate mitigation. She also serves as a member of the board of the Linnaeus Institute in Germany, and she sits on the sustainability committee at FIHO, which is a federation of industrial hemp associations. Right. On the right we have Nando Knedl, who's co-founder of Hemp Connect, a German company. He holds a degree in business administration from the University of Hamburg. His master thesis examined industrial hemp from a financial economic perspective, which over the years of Nando in the hemp industry has extended onto, let's say, ecological dimensions of this plant, with extensive research in the use of hemp for biochar in carbon sequestration and carbon removal credits, which we'll talk about it later. Then here on my right side we have Pavel Zedníček, who is currently an executive director at INCIEN, which is an Institute for Circular Economy based here in Prague. Pavel studied at the University of Chemistry and Technology in Prague and holds a master's degree from a university in Utrecht in the Netherlands in the field of sustainable business and innovations. He participated in projects and partnerships in France, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Spain and Shanghai. Yeah, am I correct? And his focus is the potential of circular economy to achieve major carbon reduction emissions in heavy industry. So yeah, that being said, I'll pass the word on to Hanna to introduce her work. Yeah.
Can you hear me? All good? Yes, so I would just like, no? Is that good?
I can pass it.
Can you hear me? Yes, sure. Okay, so I will just briefly introduce the NGO which organized this event and give a few words about our cluster. So our cluster was founded 5 years ago in 2018. Our mission is to empower the collaboration and know-how of the Czech cannabis and medical cannabis industry sector. Today we have a conference just about the industrial hemp, but we do separate events on medical cannabis. We work closely with the government on the adult use of medical cannabis, removing barriers, and we also work with EA on topic of CBD regulation in Europe. So, but today we will focus only on industrial hemp and industry. But because we're small country, so we kind of covering all topics regards this one plant. Our goal is to increase the production of industrial hemp and also kind of cover all the value chains, what we have, and boost the hemp production towards the bioeconomy. And we have not only companies, but also NGOs, institutions from government side, like the Institute for Food Research, and we also have members of from the universities. Our network, we are a member of EA, European Industrial Hemp Association, European Cluster Collaboration Platform, which brings us opportunity to share and learn and also do projects together. National Cluster Association, it's the Czech body which kind of networks all the cluster associations or cluster organizations. There is like 22 clusters in Czech Republic under this organization. We are also working now closely with the platform from bioeconomy of Czech Republic. We work on creating the bioeconomy strategy, and we became recently the member of the hotspot of the INCIEN, the Circular Economy Institute. Our partners are Hemp the Climate NGO, which works on the climate mitigation and kind of integrating the hemp in the value chains. Think tank of the rational politics of the addictions. There we work mostly on the adult use with the government bodies, which highly debating now the adult use in Czech Republic. And the magazine Canopy giving us space to share what we learn with the public to kind of present what we're working on. We have 3 working groups. Industrial hemp, it's probably the most relevant to this meeting, but where we work closely with Czech Invest, Hemp the Climate, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Regional Development. Medical cannabis group has like patient organization, people from FNUSA, which is the hospital which prescribes most medical cannabis, and Association for Medical Cannabis Producers. And we have like big, probably the most active legislation group to remove all the legislative barriers. And it's not much relevant to this topic because there is not much barriers in the industrial hemp, luckily. Our project, what we getting funding are the MIDAS, the marginal lands and industrial crop research in the 8 countries and 22 research institutions, universities, but also SMEs from around Europe. And then we're working on the not only hemp, but we bringing our expertise on hemp, but it's really like how the industrial crops can increase the biodiversity and also kind of make production of the marginal lands. And HempClub project, we didn't say much about that, but it's a project which ending in next January, and it would give us opportunity to do and run these cluster exchanges, what will follow after this conference, and people for the cluster exchange are already sitting here with you to learn from our conference, and basically it's like mapping the value chains of industrial hemp in Czech Republic, not only Czech Republic but all Europe, and trying to kind of cover the value chain and bring the people together to strengthen the collaboration. We also create the events. This is one of them, but the next one coming soon will be the cluster meet regions, where we're working with the National Cluster Association. So it will be a big meeting in Czech Republic of all the clusters of Europe in Czech Republic, where we're going to be present. The next one is the Cannabis Expo, where we're helping organize the international conference, and there will be also having the booth to present and give a space for our members to present what they do and meet with potential visitors of Cannabis. And next year we will be hosting, as a Czech Republic, in collaboration with Maurice Beagle from Colorado, who organized there the NOCO Expo. So we will be having like European NOCO Expo, the biggest, largest international expo in US. So we will, after 6 years, I managed to convince him to do international expo focus only on industrial hemp in Europe. So and it will be together with the European Industrial Hemp Association conference. So it will be in the Vyšehrad. There is the biggest, largest conference place. Yeah, so that's from me. I hope I was like short enough, and if you have some questions, I will be here all day. And yeah, so I will pass my.
I don't know, do I get my slides? Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be here, lovely to see a lot of known faces. And while my presentation is coming up, I just want to thank Matt for the introduction. He already took away a lot from me, or from my shoulders, for the introduction. This book, or this one here, same one, that's the thing that I'm bringing to the hemp space. It took me 6 years. 4 years in the field, traveling the 26 countries on 4 continents. Then another 2 years to actually do all of the research. And my aim with this book from the beginning on was to create something in the hemp industry that can unify all of this diversity of topics, of industry fields, to give a bit more clarity on how do things work, and also maybe to take away from people who are actually selling, let's say, building blocks that have to explain the textile space. Because since there's so much missing knowledge on hemp in the global perspective, that usually is what happens. Can we, oh, here we go, sorry. There we go. So I just want to show you really quickly the index of the book, which here's a couple of the key chapters that I like to claim when it comes down to sustainability topics. And I used Kate Raworth's Donut Economy as a base work for the book, which means I really focused in on trying to see how can hemp be applied to work and income, how can it be applied to water, to energy, to social equity. And these are becoming all of these, as you can see, encyclopedic chapters where each one covers one of these topics. Next slide, please. Sorry, here we go. Yep. And one of the topics is also tree-free or water. I connected the paper topic to water. Paper became a huge thing for me because when I realized that my book has a lot of pages, 624, I became a bit more aware that actually I'm creating a huge footprint, or also a lot of destruction, if I print that on tree-based paper. So very early in the game of my journey, I declared that I was going to publish my book on hemp paper, and then later on, when I was getting ready to actually publish it, I realized there isn't so much paper out there that's actually sort of meeting the qualities for standard printing a book. So eventually I had to step up and become a bit more of an entrepreneur in the space, which definitely made me change sides to all of you. And I developed a paper with the German manufacturer Hanemühle, It took us 2 years. It became a paper that's unfortunately very expensive, but it is out in the market and it can be used by people, by companies who want to afford in it, and it is completely tree-free, and that was sort of my aim. We have 60% hemp in it, we have 40% cotton in it, and the reason being is when I spent time with my indigenous friends, the Sami in the north, in Scandinavia, I realized how much of a struggle it is for them to preserve the ancient forest. And whilst most of us think about the Amazon when we think about deforestation and our ecological problems deriving from that, it's actually also the boreal forests that are taking up a huge amount of carbon with the lichens, with the Arctic soils that keep it much more compressed and stored for a long time. The chart speaks its own words. If you look at Finland, Finland was literally completely deforested in 1 century. And I surely didn't want to attribute to that with my book that's talking mainly about sustainability. This is a scene that actually got me inspired on the paper development of the book. When I spent a winter with my Sami friends up north, I realized that their reindeer are actually dying out because they're not finding any lichens anymore. They're not finding lichens for many reasons. There's climate change, which is causing very specific climatic situations that basically prevents the animals from finding the lichen. But also the 600 and plus years old forests that actually have the lichens growing on them, they're disappearing due to our paper consumption. So that's that. If anybody wants to scan in the barcode, this is another report that was just released by the Coalition of Drug and Environment that I also happen to work with, and it makes a very interesting link. So while we're talking about industrial hemp becoming a mitigation factor for climate change, its cousin, or let's say the umbrella plant, cannabis in the Amazon, is certainly one to accelerate climate change by causing the deforestation of forests. And if you look into this paper, that's a lengthy topic. You can educate yourself on that. It's very interesting, but I wanted to bring this in here because I'm also very much propagating for the holistic plant approach, where we really have, we cannot separate industrial hemp from cannabis because eventually these are the problems that we're running into. Another thing that was very recent, I just came back from Ukraine, and I think this is one of the topics that's driving me most at the moment, because if we're looking at climate change mitigation, hemp in the building space is a huge factor. It's carbon negative, and we will always need buildings, and we have more and more of these occurring situations where due to climate change, disastrous natural events, either it be earthquakes or flooding, we're losing a lot of houses and we have to rebuild these spaces. And it was phenomenal to see that Ukraine is doing this already during the ongoing war. And just to also throw in some numbers again, we're talking about roughly 70% of a carbon footprint that our building industry is contributing to climate change. This, of course, is split up in energy that buildings use into the raw materials that are used for housing. I'm not going to go into any details because I think we have other experts talking about that today. But it's a huge thing. We also consider our responsibility to the global SDGs when it comes down to rebuilding after wars or after natural disaster. And therefore, network, network, network. And that's why we're here today. I put in the Alpine Hemp Network. That was one of the things that I took as a best practice example in my book. It certainly shows that we will move nowhere if everybody tries to invent the first part of the wheel in each and every country again and again. And therefore, I really embrace events like this here today, where we come together to network, to exchange, and also to see how we can really, with true efforts, join hands and move the sector forward. And as Hannah so lovingly said yesterday in a conversation, move from hemp production to a hemp industry. I love that. Thank you, Hannah, and thank you everyone for being here.
Yeah, okay. I'll just, it's a comfortable seat here. Okay. Okay. That's some slides earlier. Here we go. So, my name is Nando. I'm the co-founder of Hemp Connect. Yeah, maybe I'll not do that whole intro because Mate already did that. I'm also advising on the FIHO Committee for Sustainability with Maren together, and also for research and standards. So mostly what we do is biochar carbon removal with hemp, also with other agricultural residues. We're also looking into building material at the moment. But yeah, in general, we're considering a lot on how to put hemp as an industry into the carbon removal market. So just a quick introduction on this whole topic. We just heard it before. There are targets, especially a climate target is to be net zero by 2050, so mid-century. And that means that we need 10 gigatons of net removals per year, and that's not reducing or avoiding emissions, it's actually removing them net negative. So doing activities that in the process take more CO2 out of the air than they emit again. And of that target, we have only delivered 0.0476%, which is marginal, right? So way to go in the next 30 years if we want to reach a climate neutral economy. So that's where hemp comes into play, and the method of biochar or building material. So initially we thought it's worth a shot to try out how hemp works in combination with biochar, or like as a feedstock for biochar. So we did lab tests on hemp hurd and whole hemp stalk, and those gave roughly 70% pure carbon. Agro-grade, meaning you can use them for agricultural purposes again, fertilizer amendment, whatsoever. And then that gave us reason to do proof of concept on an industrial scale. So that yielded about 60% pure carbon and feed grade, so actually one quality grade on top of that. And then that biochar you can actually eat or feed it to cows. So it's really high quality, no toxins whatsoever. That was done on whole hemp stalk pellets. So of course the economic feasibility of this is different. If you decorticate before you have another product. So we've done this with whole hemp stalk pellets as residues from the seed production. And it turns out it's not so easy to do that in Europe. It's quite expensive feedstock. And then we still have an abundance of other feedstocks, like wood chips, for example, which is still cheaper. So yeah, that's where we shifted to artisan biochar production. I mean, with that epiphany of in Europe, you really need the residues of any kind of hemp production. So, for example, the dust pelletized, that would turn out to be feasible feedstock from a financial perspective. That's different in other countries, of course. In Europe, we have different economics. So if you do that in a country where there's less income, you actually have a bigger impact. And you can also produce biochar with more rudimentary methods, so it doesn't have to be high-tech. On the right-hand side, you see a prototype kiln. Yeah, there's several advantages as well. This is now a pilot that was not with hemp. You can basically use any kind of agricultural residues. This one was a corn cob. So the benefits for a farmer, smallholder farmer in a country like Zimbabwe, for example, where we have recently been, is that you, of course, save cost if you turn waste into fertilizers. Biochar has certain soil improvements, for example, adds water holding capacity, and you also have nutrient availability in times where nutrients are more absent. drought periods, for example. Of course, you can get additional income, so the idea is that smallholder farmers, of course, get a share of that credit that is being sold in the end. And also it's a future-proof design, because this is how people in the Global South can also participate in the climate economy. And yeah, we've published a report that is summarizing a lot of this on about 10 pages and explaining a little bit more with some sources to dig a little bit deeper. And yeah, I'd like to encourage you to take a look at that if you are interested in the whole topic. So far, so good.
You mean to try this? Yeah, perfect. It works. Yeah, cool. It's Pavel turn. So
sure. All right. So good morning, everybody. I don't have any presentation. Hope you'll forgive me. The reason for that is also that I'm not very eligible in terms of knowledge around hemp, but I hope I'll have a different added value in this discussion. So my name is Pavel. I'm a CEO of an Institute of Circular Economy, which is basically to this day the only NGO strictly focusing on circularity in the Czech Republic. We've been here for around 10 years. Maybe just a short intro around the organization. We have it's around 15 people. We have 3 key pillars. One of them was already mentioned by Hanka, so that's the sort of like a platform or association of companies and organizations called Czech Circular Hotspot. So we have around 80 organizations on board, including Škoda Auto, Skanska, and other organizations, with the aim to create a sort of like a movement around circularity. Then we do some consultancy work, but primarily we work on, and that's the 3rd pillar, which we call think tank, where we really focus on what should be done in the Czech Republic in order to accelerate circularity into practice, and we mostly focus on that through the decarbonization lens. So we've actually published a report 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, with the title "The Role of Circular Economy in Decarbonization of Industry." And I know that Hanka then wrote me an email with an exclamation mark, "There's no mentioning of hemp."
No,
and
I didn't say that. Plant-based product.
Yeah, all right, all right. But the thing is that it's mostly focused on steel, cement, aluminum, plastics, and then on the sectors of automotive and construction. And now maybe a little bit more about what we're here today. So from what we do is that we often talk with stakeholders from the industry. So for example, 2 weeks ago, we had a working group with representatives of steel and cement. And with them, we are actually discussing, okay, so how do we actually increase the use of scrap steel? How do we actually decarbonize the steel industry? We talk also with the automotive industry. How do we actually get the recycled steel into the value chain and so forth? Then in the cement part, we do the same with construction and demolition waste and so forth. And I would say that the key, maybe a remark from my side to this day, is that we're not even prepared for those kind of innovations and applications. So even though we have tons of steel scrap, even though we have tons of millions of tons of construction and demolition waste, we're unable to reuse it and recycle it, basically, or we downcycle it into applications which are less useful. So I think that's a whole space which we need to tackle. But if we even tackle that, there's still huge space when it comes to the decarbonization of the whole industry. Even if we recycle construction and demolition waste in the construction industry, it still doesn't solve all of the emissions, right? Of course, cement producers are then discussing carbon capture and storage. But then we could come into the construction sector with a different approach and with a different sets of applications, and that's the nature-based solutions which we're discussing here. And I definitely agree that there's a whole space which we can utilize. But from my perspective, when talking to the industry stakeholders, talking to the representatives of the ministry, we're not really viewing this whole spectrum. I think we're really focusing mostly on the materials that we're well aware of, and definitely there's a huge space and a task for people like Philip to show these innovations to the public sector and kind of upscale them. Nevertheless, I can imagine that for we can call it hemp, but any, let's say, because for example, I was working for quite some time on the use of wheat straw in the Czech Republic, how that can be actually utilized. And I can imagine there's a steep road ahead with the current industry being very opposed to any innovations. For example, we've published another study on wood. Everybody knows wood, everyone is kind of familiar with that, but still the application of such well-known material in the industry is so low. It's mostly used in, let's say, small houses, but in multi-story buildings, you will find basically a very limited amount of projects, and there's a huge battle between cement producers and concrete producers and other sort of value chains. So what I can maybe kind of bring into the discussion is I think that we have to discuss how do we sell these innovations into the industry, right? I mean, if you're a construction worker or a project manager or an architect, you're mostly following what the investor says and some safety codes. And I think that once we're talking about these kind of innovations, which in many aspects are, I'm sure, very much scaled up, we have to find the language that these people actually understand, and we have to be very strategic in terms of the safety applications, decarbonization potential, and so forth. So looking forward to the discussion as how we're going to do that, or what maybe you see as key barriers, key drivers in, let's say, the Czech Republic. We can also focus just on one sector or all of them, but that would be a big task, but happy to be here, and thanks a lot.
Well, thank you guys. That was a very nice introduction of yours. Let's now get into the discussion. So I'm sure there's lots of questions. I'll ask a couple of questions to each one of you, and if you want, like, react as you feel. I'd like to start with Maren. You spent many years traveling, and you work as a storyteller. I'll start broadly, if mitigating climate change is a story to tell, what is like the communication angle or the message that the hemp industry is not yet using in its full potential to tell this story? And then maybe in relation to what Pavel was saying with the mass adoption of the other industries in this material.
Well, the angle that I'm taking is maybe also a little bit deriving from how that journey started, which was that I didn't particularly look for hemp to become a next new project or a huge lifelong journey, as it seems. It was much more that the plant kept coming up in very particular moments with very particular solution angles that I couldn't really find anywhere else. So I tend to say as a byline, hemp is a little bit my compass through the sustainability sector, because it's a plant that doesn't really make it too easy for us to just apply its full potential, because we have to figure out technical things. We have to figure out innovations that have gotten lost during these 70+ years of prohibition. And at the same time, when things don't come easy, we have to spend a lot more time thinking about them, which means we come up with a lot of other potential solutions that are not necessarily always and only based on hemp. So yes, I think at the moment it might still be a small incremental part that we can attribute, but I'll make it very bold and simple. If we all think hemp a little bit more, we'll probably come up on a ton more solutions, and we'll also start looking at our own practices in whatever way it is. Is it food? Is it textiles? Is it building? Is it plastics? Is it paper? I mean, that's exactly the thing. This one plan covers so many topics that it really forces you to look into a holistic side of your entire practice, and not just, okay, I take a flight, I buy a carbon credit or the carbon credits, and then I'm done with my bad footprint. But it kind of forces you to go one step beyond that. I hope that answered.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. If anyone wants to contribute more onto that, feel free. Then I was going to ask Hannah, you've been working in the industry for more than 20 years. How has it changed since then, this conversation about the climate Does it help? Is it a helpful factor that these bioeconomy strategies and climate change strategies has been inflected increasingly in the last couple of years? Do you see any difference compared to, let's say, your efforts 15 years ago?
Like 15 years ago, there wasn't much like discussion about climate change as we have today. So the link between climate change and hemp, I would say, wasn't really that strong like becoming today. Because today, everybody really, at least like the people who are aware about like their future, they seeing the climate change problem, and they're trying to, you know, find some better future from the nature, I believe. So, so today it's true that there is a lot of like strategies like Green Deal and bioeconomy and sustainable development goals where hemp fits very well. Yeah, and we know that. I think the problem of hemp is that it's so complex and also connected to this cannabis plant that people freak out if just they hear the word cannabis, you know, because it's been a long time, you know, said that it's just a drug, but we forgot that was also something else, and then historically we was using it on large scale, and we was eating it and building with that, and like putting as a bedding under our animals and wearing it and using as a medicine. And so it's kind of short memory of humankind in that case, I would say. So, but I feel like with all the troubles now, we're getting back to what hemp can offer, and there is not really a plant which can offer so many solutions in or so many uses. So I believe sooner or later it will become just a regular plant and a regular crop, but the complexity it makes it a little bit more difficult, because we cannot just make economy on growing hemp for one particular purpose. Nowadays the best solution, and it's kind of takeaway from French industry where they grow hemp 60 years on like 20,000 hectares. It's that they do all dual crop, which means they grow hemp for seeds and stem to be able to use the wooden part chives and fiber. Yeah. So, and this is very complex, and it's not easy for the people to understand that, okay, like we have to figure out all these different parts. We need like special machines and special infrastructure, what we don't have. And it all costs money. So, but with these big investment funds from Europe where they want to kind of figure out this climate change issue, I believe we have a good chance. We have a very good chance, better than ever. So, so this is why we are today, to just network and try to strengthen our collaboration to make the opportunity come in reality and be able to employ more people on our kind of journey and educate them, and also we need to educate governments. Yeah, but that's a different story. Yeah, but I think if we work hard, and we will have like more stuff to show, and maybe invite them to make them experience like what does it mean to build with hemp, what does it mean to wear hemp or eat hemp, then the human experience is always the best kind of moving part. Yeah, so I think more we do it, better people will experience that, and we can make it happen. I don't know if I respond to your question.
Yeah, I think it's all good. Question for you, Pavel. You talked about all these different industries of cement, steel. Everything is quite related to the hemp industry, as the hemp industry has lots to offer for carbon reductions in these sectors. Do you have any like principles that we could use more? Do you have any, let's say, an example of another commodity, of another biomass that has been applied and adopted by these sectors on some scale that the hemp industry could get inspired by, because we'll probably be talking to these industries sooner or later?
Right. Well, I don't. And that's maybe Well, I think it's interesting because what we do is that we have sort of like 4 analysts, or maybe I can just describe how we worked on this study, and we're sort of like working on a few projects. One is really focusing on circularity and decarbonization of the heavy industry. We focus on automotive sector, on construction sector, and so forth. And we have sort of like 4 analysts working on that. And of course, there's always sort of like a mentioning of nature-based solution as opposed to the current ones. But it seems to me that there is not like a robust emphasis on this. So ourselves, and again, I'm not coming from sort of like a bioeconomic community explicitly, we don't tend to bump into these solutions that often. And so I think there's a lot of work actually in terms of like kind of getting nature-based solutions into these scenarios of decarbonization. And whereas currently you mostly work with recycling, you don't tend to work that much with substitution, right? Like how do we substitute the high emission intensive materials with bio-based materials? Of course you work with that, but it doesn't really get that much into the policy from my perspective. I think a game changer would be sort of like a corporate buy-in in terms of like we know that the or maybe one more thing. Primarily, we're still focusing decarbonization through the energy lens. We're now tending to focus a bit more on the material lens. So focusing on the embodied emissions in cars, in buildings, and so forth. But even there, we're still at the beginning. So most of the, I would say, countries, even companies are still focusing how do we reduce our emissions in the energy part. And so once we'll be coming into, okay, so how do we reduce the emissions in the embodied carbon? Definitely circularity has a role to play, and nature-based solutions such as hemp has a role to play. But once that happens, I'm not sure to what extent, for example, EU taxonomy reflects nature-based solutions. To this day, are corporations actually motivated to include these kind of solutions into their day-to-day practices so that they're more taxonomy aligned, thereby more keen towards their investors? Maybe, if so, I'm sorry again, I'm not that knowledgeable about it. That would be a huge step forward, and I think this is the way to go forward in terms of getting it into the practice.
Awesome, amazing, thank you. Nando, what's the role of biochar, or the whole new methodology of carbon sequestration, of carbon removal certificates, and applying those in the regulated market or the voluntary market, and how far it's how far it is?
I'd like to jump on that point that you've just made in the end. How to get corporates motivated to buy into something like hemp or adopt that. If we think about it right now, corporates, mostly they have a financial approach, right? They need to maximize balance sheets, profits, whatsoever. So they don't really have to pay for the externalities that they cause, right? And externalities as in environmental pollution, climate pollution, whatsoever. So take building material in hemp, for example. Here we have a net negative production of building material, which is pretty special. Building sector is not by far net negative at the moment, right? So they have these targets, but it's not regulated yet, right? So at the moment, it's still like a building company. They are sort of allowed to pollute because we don't make them pay for the externalities. When it comes to motivating them to get into hemp, that's where I always like to say that it sort of needs that macroeconomic leverage. So once we can declare officially through public systems, certification mechanisms, currently that only works on a voluntary market. I mean, there are compliance markets in place, but it's not harmonized yet. It's all a bit chaotic. So once we manage to give the hemp industry that stamp that, for example, a building company, if you buy into a hempcrete production, you actually balance out your CO2 balance, your emission balance, and that is how you can, in the long term, achieve a net zero goal. Of course, there are other ways to decarbonize concrete production as well, but put it in your portfolio as a solution and do what you would call insetting. Yeah, so usually we would have the model that you pollute and then you buy a credit and then you are climate neutral. But then most often these credits aren't net negative credits. So actually you're not climate neutral. So once we understand, or once those corporations understand that, and in the meantime we manage to sort of declare the hemp industry in certain areas as a net negative industry, I think that's where there's going to be a lot of motivation to adopt hemp on an industrial scale or like macroeconomically. You asked how biochar comes into play there, right? So, well, take food for example. I think in the beginning in Maren's presentation we've seen that like 18 point something % of emissions are related to agriculture and land use. So what we eat is very crucial if we want to reach a net zero economy. Now the great thing with hemp is, for example, you could farm for seed, right? It's a high quality protein, and you could use the stalk to make biochar from that. That biochar, again, you combine it with compost, for example, makes very good fertilizer. You put the compost back into the soil, has certain benefits to the soil, and that's how you closed the carbon stock without carbonizing it before. Then over a shorter amount of time, like a few years, embedded carbon is going to emit again. So through that transformation, it's going to take like up to 1,000 years. And this carbon sink is basically what we need, right? So that is how essentially you can create a net negative food production. And with hemp that works well. I mean, of course, you can use other agricultural residues too. So biochar is in general, I believe for agriculture, a very interesting method. But especially with hemp, yeah, that works well in terms of the life cycle assessment and net negativity. Right, so not only with food, you can of course do that with all kinds of other products. CBD, for example, a lot of CBD productions don't use their stalk, right? And especially in countries in the global south, they often burn the residues. So that's essentially where biochar can, you know, make that much better. And if you can, on top of that, credit this and sort of give it to a larger company buying into this and adding it to their company, that's what I think in the long term there's a lot of attractiveness for other industries to buy into hemp.
Yeah, Pavel wanted to react.
Just a short reaction. I think that it's not true that companies don't internalize some of their cost onto the environment. I mean, especially if you're working in the construction sector, steel and cement are under the ETS, so basically you do include the carbon price into the price to the investor. But I think exactly we're talking about the point that when we're getting to the fact that really, let's say, construction companies are pressured to downscale their embedded carbon. So what is the material that they'll go for on a large scale? And I think that's the key question. What is the material that can actually kind of be price effective, that can be, from the standpoint of me being a project manager or an architect, like really aligned in terms of the safety standards that are there. So I'm really signed onto this building that it won't fall down. In terms of like some certificates in terms of LCA and carbon emissions and so forth. So, and the key question is, does hemp has that? And if so, like how far are we in that? And I think there's a huge competition in terms of like, if we're talking maybe about construction industry, and the question is, does hemp actually, should it be applied in the construction industry mainly, or should it be other maybe sectors that in which it really has the biggest added value? But if it's construction, then it's a huge competition there, right? So I think we have to ask these questions and really frame it where it's the best applications for these kind of materials.
I will just mention that we have the last panel mostly focused on building, and I believe our panelists will respond to these questions because they work on the large kind of scale of hemp constructions already.
Even though you said that, let me lose one word on it. I think we shouldn't be doing the mistake of always thinking in our Western world heights, because there's also a lot of countries who are still building, you know, they need methods of building fast and quick and with their own hands. And this was really one of the things that I found to be most amazing about hemp, because you can apply it into all of these different schemes. You can do industrial size building when it's a prefabricated brick, but you can also give that open source to people on the grounds, and we have someone sitting in the audience from Haiti who can probably also, in the networking session, give some information on that, what happens in the aftermath of an earthquake, and you have people with, you know, hands on the ground, they need to fix something, and then hempcrete with the RAND method would be a perfect solution. So I think, you know, again, the plant is very complex because it just doesn't give one answer, it gives us many, but we need to be the ones to sort out where we use these answers wisely.
Let me just quickly add something. I think it's a very just question that you're raising. Are there other solutions, and how does hemp fit in? And I think hemp is one solution. So, I mean, this panel is called Hemp's Contribution to Climate Mitigation, and not hemp is that one single and the only solution to climate mitigation. So, I think being aware of that, it's there. It's an industry that I believe is ready to have an impact, and it is one solution. We need many solutions, right? It's a big problem that we're facing. Yeah, I'm considering hemp as one solution that is ready to adopt and to scale. I think is the right path, and not thinking it's that only solution.
Just a short reaction. You have a nice work. You don't need to ask any questions. No, definitely. I mean, I'm super excited about all the work you do, and definitely, I don't want to be perceived as against it. I think it has a really important role to play. Maybe I'm just sort of like playing the role. Like, how would you explain it to someone who's not in the industry, and how would I kind of behave, and what would be my questions then? And how would maybe I be then kind of trying to talk to other stakeholders, and what would be my arguments to actually get that through? So definitely, I think it has a very important role to play. I mean, we're still really far from, I think, appreciating the fact that we will need to remove carbon dioxide from the air at some point. Otherwise, we won't get into the targets that we have.
Awesome. I'd like to open up the space for your questions. If any of you want to ask something, then maybe we'll probably need a microphone. Michael? There's a microphone here. Maybe there's a button. Or maybe this one. Yes, we'll have questions, and so maybe Philip can start here.
First question I see is you.
All right, so it's me again, Philip from Czech Invest. I would like to ask you, it's probably a specific Czech question, but maybe it could apply on any country. You're saying that there is the certification is a bit lacking, you know, some consensus how it should be done, that this is carbon neutral and so on. And Hanka also said that there are so many applications within the hemp. It's really difficult to get to know the hemp, or, you know, not to be afraid of it even. So do you think, and maybe Pavel also mentioned the taxonomy over here, so do you think that something like a national hemp strategy, like a proper one, what we are going to focus on, what we're gonna deliver until when, the national strategy within the action plan would be nice, could actually help, you know, accelerate the hemp industry? It could apply on any country. Maybe you can share some French experience, Hanka. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I've been last week at Amsterdam. There was an international hemp building symposium, and Alex Barrow, who is a builder from UK, was presenting actually their strategy on hemp building focus, because he's a builder, but because the value chain is so big, so it cannot be just a building, as we know. So it was a big strategy on hemp and cannabis. complex strategy, which was done by kind of for UK government in collaboration with the different stakeholders. So in UK they have it. In France, they have a regional strategy in the place where located the most of the industrial hemp for the bioeconomy, where hemp is already integrated. So we have things to learn from. We already started to work on the strategy. Of course, we will need to go to the government to present it, which will happen very soon. And everybody who is happy to work on that with us, you can become the Czech Hemp member and working group member, and then you are in, and we are happy to share everything we'll be working on with you. But it's not really like for today, yeah, to share everything here. But it's happening, and there is definitely takeaways to be taken from UK, from France, probably also from US. But it's a little bit different environment in US, so it will be a little bit probably difficult to apply to Europe. But for sure, like they are very innovative, and there is a big research platform for hemp, so it can be interesting as well. So yeah, it will be helpful, and it's already seen that the countries who are the most forward with hemp, they already did it. So there is like nothing we should hesitate to do. This is why we already started. And hopefully it will be nicely accepted by our government and implemented in the bioeconomy strategy, where we are like member of this platform. So we were already working on to implement hemp in the bioeconomy strategy in Czech Republic for sure. This is why we kind of become member of INCIEN, because after my talk, we working on the decarbonization without anything plant-based. I was kind of all right, like maybe there is like room for us. So there wasn't yet some special meeting on like building and their members, yeah. So hopefully something will come soon, and we can meet with all the members of INCIEN hotspot who are focusing on building, and we can present what we're working on and maybe somehow inspire the people. But yeah, definitely, like strategy is important, you know, because without strategy, hemp is like very broad topic, and if we have not strategy, we get very easily lost. So we really need a strategy, and Europe will need strategy too. But we decide also with EA that will be good to work on the strategy only for like one nation before they go to the European government or European whatever levels to work on some European strategy for industrial hemp, which will be probably even better. But first, let's do Czech one as a nation one, and if we create some cool guidelines, we can share with the rest of the Europe. So that's our plan.
Thank you. I just like to add onto that it's truly crucial to build these lobbying or advocacy groups like in interdisciplinary fields, no? Like to really bring in voices from other experts, from other expertise, not just the hemp industry. That makes it more credible, and that's why we're working on with different experts. Like you. Okay, another question? Or
yeah,
you guys wanted to react?
I saw one here. Excuse me.
Good morning. I'm from Wind Farm Ecological Reserve, Haiti. In relation to the sustainable goals, is hemp planted as a monoculture? And if so, what effect does it have on biodiversity?
Good question, thank you.
I will respond that. No, basically, like hemp, it's a monoculture, but like basically, like the farming to make like sustainable farming. Of course, you grow like fields, but if you don't do like 200-hectare fields as a monoculture, but you do smaller plots and you diversify the small plots and you do like crop rotation and you apply organic or even regenerative farming, that even in the monoculture, because it will be difficult to grow hemp one line and then something else and then efficiently harvest that. So monoculture, it's not like some pejorative word for growing hemp, but it needs to be taken in complex manner of all knowledge we know about the sustainable farming. And hemp can be very, very efficient for sustainable farming, for regenerative farming, for organic farming. So I believe there is also like good example for like implementation hemp in the rotation cycles of the regular crops what we grow today, because can help improve soil and decrease the use of chemicals, or even react well on the organic fertilizers, so we don't need to use the artificial fertilizers too big. Maybe in the future if we grow more hemp. But yeah, I think it can apply as a mono, but need to be complex.
Yeah, Maren?
I just want to drop a word on that. I went to China to look at the textile industry based on hemp, which I think we can definitely label a monoculture on large scale. And due to the absence of herbicides and pesticides, I was very surprised when the harvest was happening. There were flocks of black swallows basically feeding all of these insects of the hemp plants. There was like a line of, I think it was like 7 or 8 John Deere machines doing the harvest, and then just black clouds of these swallows feeding on the freshly harvested plants. So I think we also should emphasize that because there is the absence of the chemicals used in the hemp growing, even if we go large scale and we have it a monocrop, that there's certain issues that we find in other parts of agriculture that are not really applying, or at least not in the sense, but that was just that.
Yeah, and maybe like we really want like monoculture for hemp in regards the harvesting and big scale using, like if the harvest is so complicated, I mean, it's a special machine which really costs like, I don't know, €500,000, €1,000,000. We want to use them efficient on a little bit like bigger than like little tiny fields, which will be probably better for our biodiversity. But I think we need to balance that kind of, because if we want to scale up the hemp, we need large machines. Large machines will hardly operate on the small fields. So we need to probably better choose the right way of like operating the soil and like the rotation cycle than trying to decrease the plots, because bigger plots, better consistency of the quality and better application for the big industries. So I will better focus than the large size of hectareage on the way of agronomy.
Thank you for the questions. I think the hemp industry needs like a unified response to that question, because we'll be asked that more frequently if we want to really apply hemp on such a massive scale. I saw Rick. Yeah.
I think this question is probably mostly for Pavel, but anyone. In my day job, I work in bioeconomy policy on the national level in the US government. And one of the things that we're looking at in terms of an operating principle for bioeconomy is that it is substituting renewable resources for non-renewable resources, just anywhere. And so this is either a question or a suggestion. Hopefully it's a question, because hopefully you have something to answer with. But does it work, or could it work, particularly in conversations with steel and concrete industries, about how you can call it nature-based solutions, plant-based solutions, hemp in particular, can help them decarbonize without driving them out of business. We need their investment, right, in order to get the processing infrastructure, whether it's biochar, hemp, anything else. So blending these things to reduce the carbon footprint of those materials might incentivize them to at least not push back and maybe even help. So have you had any conversations like that in your context? And that's for anyone, but.
Yeah. Sure. So I think it's important to, of course, let's say cement producers know what's going to happen, and they're, if you talk with them, they have these 4 types of cements. It's like CEM 1, CEM 2, CEM 3, and it's CEM 1 is the most carbon intensive. It has the largest amount of clinker, and they know that these types of cements won't be in demand, and that they have to prepare for another kind of round. So they're already making investments into low carbon cements, which are not as carbon, they're not definitely carbon negative as hemp, but it's sort of like for them a natural step forward because they know the field, they know that they will be reducing their carbon emissions, maybe not that much as in other industries, but it's definitely what they're forward. The same is in steel. Right? You know that the carbon price will be high, thereby some steel producers they all have investment plans into maximizing their steel scrap use. And this happens in every industry, right? So basically, this traditional industry will be competing with the new industries, such as let's say, a hemp production. And I think at some point, and that's also, I guess, where the battle happens, is also on this like regulatory phase. So of course, these companies are motivated to reduce their carbon emissions, and they'll be looking for materials which are in accordance to their needs. The question is, will they go to something which they already know, but is less carbon intensive, or will they go to something which is completely new for them, and they have no idea? And so I think that's why I think there's a steep road ahead for you guys, because I think it's, at least in the Czech Republic, when I see kind of the reality, I'm a big fan of these solutions. I myself was working on, as I said, for some time on the bioeconomy sphere, but I know that there's so much, how do you call it, lock-in into these current technologies, because we could basically, at this day, we could be using much less amount of concrete in the construction sector. That would be the most simple circular solution. Let's use less of the carbon-intensive materials, but we're not doing that because the safety standards are too strict. And why are they too strict? Because it's something we're used to do, and it's something that we'd rather overuse the amount of material so that we can be used to be safe, rather than. So there's so much work ahead. So I think there's a room ahead, but I think the key answer would be there's large competition waiting, I think, for the other materials that I've just mentioned.
I would like to add something, maybe. So basically the question was, how can you decarbonize something like a cement corporation without driving them out of business, right? Yeah. No, it's... Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to recap. So I just want to make a very basic example on that, maybe. It's usually a basic economic example when it comes to how trade functions whatsoever. Let's think about I produce apples, you produce oranges, right? In 1 hour, I produce 5 apples, you produce 5 oranges. If I would produce oranges, I just produce 3, and if you would produce apples, you just produce 3, right? So we trade the excess that we have. Now, if you apply this very simple idea on, you have 2 types of concrete whatsoever in your portfolio. The one produces more revenue because you don't really have to pay up for the externalities, and the other produces more net negative emissions, right, in the same amount of time or effort. So in the end, you balance this out, and like by this guiding principle sort of, I think that's how a company that is big in the building sector could just add hemp to their portfolio and balance out their, emissions and not being driven out of business. Makes sense?
Thank you, Rick. I also sense that a part of the question was, do we want to inspire the businesses to invest in the infrastructure themselves, or create a market uptake so that we can create incentives for investors or ourselves to create that infrastructure for processing, So thank you for the responses. Is there any more questions?
Thanks. Matej Bičan from CBDCL Slovakia. I will try to be quick. It's kind of a similar question as the colleague said. Everybody wants to have an influence and money. The companies we've been talking about, they want to make money from making steel and so on and so on. We want to have clear environment to be eco and to work with hemp. Everybody wants that. My question is, you all for sure been in touch with companies we are talking about, like pharma industry, the tree, like paper sector. What, in a few words, what was your feeling, or what was their opinion of your work? Are they like to, are they want to cooperate with you? Because I think it's really easy to reach our goals when we give them like the way. The state, like the country, the companies, and we, they got the money, the country can do the law things and so on. So that's the simple question.
Thank you. Do you?
I will shortly. I would just like short comment, yeah, because the companies you're asking about for, like, it's a big international corporate industries, yeah. So we have to acknowledge that our production, it's under their radar. We tried to go talk to Škoda in Czech Republic, and they was like happy to work with us if we can supply something what we cannot supply, yeah? So basically, your question, if we talk to this company, we don't talk to them because we have nothing to offer. Because what we can go talk to them to create some kind of like pilot projects. If we find out that there is somebody really want to do pilot project, yeah? But when they like crash the concrete and create new one because it's easier for them than like investing in like pilots to bringing the more sustainable solution, there is not really much to talk to them about, yeah? So what we can do, we can inspire, we can take our road, and we can grow our industry in the level that we will be big enough to go to talk to them. Because just talking to them, when we are not ready to supply what they need, it's a little bit like wasting their time and our time too, from my really honest opinion. Because there is much more to do than just talking to somebody. I feel like I've been like 25 years in this industry, it's like a lot of people talking, yeah? I'm like very upset about like talking anymore, I want to do. So if I can do something, I want to do it. But talking, really not my intentions anymore.
Thanks. We had another question over there. To you, Michael? Yeah.
Thank you. Mine is just more than a question. I want to add something that our friends talk about. We are coming from Turkey. Me and my friend, Professor Onur, we are two textile professors. And in our country, we have set up our own hemp consortium. We combine 30 companies and 7 universities. And we are working on different subgroups: textile, pharmacy, chemistry, polymers, advanced composites. and structural composites. And we are preparing a large project to be granted by World Bank. So we are here just to talk about what we can do together. Yes, you are right, because talking is not enough. Now it's time to get an action. And we took this action in our country because in our consortium we have really large companies, not on textile but also chemistry and pharmacy. And also that is one point. The second is that as a textile academician, I have to say that hemp harvesting is sustainable because you consume very less chemical, as you mentioned, low pesticides, something like that. But the cultivation process is not sustainable. To get the fiber inside the basket, you really need too much water. So that's a big setback in our applications. First, we have to also focus on this issue for getting fiber from the plant. And I want to add that question that we are ready here to talk about what to do together. Thank you.
Yeah, do you guys feel like reacting to that? No?
I didn't catch the real question.
Yeah, well, was your main point about the water consumption in the decortication process, or?
Actually, I just wanted two points. One that you were right. It's just enough talking, we need to take action, and we are ready to get action from our clusters, from our consortium. But my question is, what else do you plan to do, or do you have any strategy on the cultivation of plant, of hemp to get fiber? Because it consumes too much water. Do you have any strategy for that?
No, the cultivation, it's like no water.
Wait. May I jump in on this?
But before the cut, you need retting. So retting requires too much water.
That's why he's saying that.
Yeah.
No, I think if I may take a quick try, I've been twice for the hemp project in Turkey, and I think what you're referring to is that you still have very manual fiber extraction, which means it's also including the water retting. And I think yes, and I think when we're talking. But I think that's also related to there still being a very manual process. Like I was in Turkey last year in October when the first hemp harvester arrived from, I think it came from Romania. And there's a lot of solid knowledge in Turkey on the ground when it comes down to the ancient history of how to extract the fiber, which is still done in a very manual way, as said before. And I think there will be a big shift into a more industrial way of working now with machines arriving. Also, there's the Hemp Institute in Samsun at the Ondukush University. So there's, I think, Turkey, I feel, is a very interesting country because you have an ancient history that's still standing, that's still being used, that never really fell off the radar like in many other countries. But now the question is how to do that transition into industrial practice and still keep it clean. But I see this happening.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions? We got like 5 more minutes, 7 more minutes, more or less. All right, Eric.
Cool. I actually just wanted to follow up on this note of doing something, and also what you mentioned, and maybe government ministries, and maybe it's already happening, but de-risking the production, right? So, Skoda, you wanna have a deal with them, but you don't have supply. You don't have supply because it's too risky, and other reasons, right? So, if there were, so in the U.S. we have a $3.2 billion project to promote production of climate-smart commodities. About 15% of that, so about $450 million, is going to projects that include hemp. They're actually just paying farmers to grow hemp. And covering the operating expenses for processors to process it so that the raw material is there. And then you can go to the textile companies, the paper manufacturers, and say, here, try this. And so nobody is at risk. It ends up being something that just helps farmers, right? So if anybody's going to make free money off of it, let it be the farmers. And you know, these are pilot projects that will see how these things work. It's all in the name of adopting climate smart practices, bioeconomy, you know, whatever label you like. So, I mean, I feel like there's those kinds of opportunities in the EU with Green Deal, but maybe they're not being directed enough at climate smart or hemp. Just pay the farmers to grow the stuff, cover the operating expenses for some decorticators, so you can go to Skoda and say, here, how many tons do you need to do a run so you can try it at no risk, and then here you go. Does that work?
I think in Europe it works more like from the end, like where is the demand there, like the market creates, you know. So there is definitely demand for hemp materials because I know that like the big companies cannot supply the demand from some companies I know in their like needs. So on like long-term contract, let's say. So there is definitely demand, the price increasing every year, or a little bit. Actually, it's not true. January sent a little bit cheaper prices from last year than this year, so it's not true. But like it's kind of. But if we see like from last 10 years, the price definitely increasing, and I feel like we just need to use these budgets for bioeconomy to really create the infrastructure, because this is what we're missing, yeah. And then we go to farmers, like, because going to the farmers, grow hemp, and then like what to do with that, it's not really a good strategy. So we need to have like infrastructure which will be already invested, which will manage the contract with the uptake for the particular quality, and also like manage the contract the farmers for the particular quality of their processing, and it's like really diversified supply chain where the company which want to jump in need to be aware that they will need to work with the farmers. They need to be aware that they will need to work with the market, and maybe even build up a secondary processing for, because maybe the quality of the fiber they produce is not enough for the market. So maybe they need to do some secondary processing, be able to place it on the market, or maybe they just partner with somebody who will build next to their facility like hemp concrete brick production, you know, like it's but it's complex, it's a big investment, that the return of the money, it's like not really like 3 years, maybe 7 years. Yeah, so it's not such an easy job, you know, and also like because so many variables, their prices changing on the market for the farmers and their interest, what they farm when, and then the price is changing on the final market, you know, and energy costs changing all the time. So it's a complex, and there need to be somebody who really like good prepared, well managed person, you know, or kind of group of people. Not me. I have like so much on my plate. I'm happy to help people, but definitely not going to run any decortication facility in my life. And if I do, remind me that, because it will be very crazy that I will do that. But I can definitely help with that, because after 25 years, I have knowledge, and I have interest to share my knowledge with the people who have passion to sit on one place and do just one thing, which is running the decortication line. Who know me well, he knows that I'm not capable of that.
Thank you, Hannah. We get 3 more reactions. One Pavel, then Maren, and then Nando can conclude, or depends how you feel it.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on that, because I think that like the de-risking factor would be a great argument, I think, maybe for using hemp in general. When you see the European Union moving in this direction with the Critical Raw Materials Act and with other bills that are actually really focusing on that. So I think this is something that's maybe even like the whole bioeconomy sphere is not emphasizing that much, at least from my perspective. We tend to see that more in the abiotic materials, you know, going into battery production, etc. But do we actually put this argument in front? So I think that's a great approach. And then I just wanted to react on the sort of like a proactive approach of the government, maybe in terms of facilitating the creation of the different value chains. What you've mentioned, like, hey, let's use it. I think that's still not happening here for quite some time due to many reasons. Also, I think you would be surprised how well prepared these big companies are for these transitions. I think they're not at the point where they would be thinking about how do we invest into what are the investment projects for us to reduce our, or let's say to increase our recycled content of plastic in our, you know, whatever there is in cars. They're not that far. But I think it's coming, and the de-risking argument, I think, is great.
Yeah. Let me also jump in on this. I think we need a lot of Hanras to really further that space, because one of the things I keep seeing, and I also experienced with the book, you know, making that paper was such a difficult thing, because eventually I realized that we're shipping all of this hemp grown all over Europe down to Spain for it to be pulped there. And then basically come back or across the pond, because most of the American paper companies that are working with hemp paper are also receiving their paper pulp from Spain. So this is nowhere, anywhere close to a bioeconomy or a local supply chain or anything. And I think we need to understand that also, or at least this is one of the complaints that I heard from a lot of people that are growing hemp, is that they're missing this immediate supply chain that will communicate with them how to grow the hemp. If you're growing hemp for textile, you have to do it different than when you're growing it for paper. You have to do it different than when you're growing it for CBD or building material. And I think we have a lot of these missing gaps that I think we have established already, and we know them within the industry, that really need to be wisely closed without, you know, involving any egos, because if there is a person who has that knowledge and can fill these gaps, then these are the ones that need to step up and be in these, I'll want to say, these diplomatic positions in between governments and supply chains, and make sure these things are formed right. Because if we have to ship biomass across countries, even in Europe, we're not following up with any of all of this carbon neutrality that we're talking about, or carbon sink. We'll basically be applying these practices just to mitigate our own footprint that we are causing, because we haven't really built up the supply chains locally and right. Or just missing pieces. I don't want to say that it's done in any wrong way, but for example, this caused this book to be an extremely expensive book, because the paper was 400 times more expensive than any other high class and expensive paper on the market. And that's a decision you take, which, you know, there's only a few people who will be stupid enough to do that.
Thank you, Maren. That was a great contribution. Nanda, do you want to close this?
Yeah, I'll try with some motivating words in the end. No, all good. I think it's just a matter of time, actually, until this industry is going to scale. In my opinion, everything is there. It's an industry of very great people and open minds and good heart, and also of actual economic opportunity. So there's just a knowledge gap yet of those key decision makers, and that simply takes time. So I guess this industry is here to stay, and comes time, there will be more and bigger success cases of actual supply chains that produce great products, more and more successes in almost any product category that this plant can accomplish. So yeah, stay tuned.
All right, thank you very much. We've got to finish. There's another panel coming. Thank you to all the panelists, all the speakers, all your questions. to my knowledge, most of you are going to stay during the day, so you guys can always meet up during the lunch breaks, coffee breaks, and probably even on the tomorrow's networking for those of you that it applies to with the Hemp Club. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks to Matěj Prokop and his gang. Just a little short notice. You can see sheet across the hall and on the wall here, across this entrance, for the tomorrow's matchmaking.
was switched.
Máš ten mikrofon? Já už bych začal.
So, hello everyone. This is an exciting conference, isn't it? I'm so sorry to disturb you, to interrupt your wonderful talks in the hall, which are why we came here, but let's move on. There will be plenty of space for more talk. So, what we have here is the topic named hemp seeds. Not only a nutrition source for the future. There's more to it. Not everyone maybe will build a house, but probably each of us can eat hemp products. So we have brought 4 experts to speak. 2 are from the Czech Republic. It's Dr. Pavel Kubu and František Švejda. Then we have 2 guests from Germany. It is Michael Bida and Florian Pichelmeier. So, let's start. The first person to introduce his short talk before the panel discussion begins is Michael Bida.
Good morning, everyone. You can fit in there, okay. Okay. No, if everyone can hear me, I'm very loud anyway. So I don't know whether my slides have arrived or not. They have indeed. Fantastic, thank you very much. And there's the clicker arrived as well. So my name is Michael Bida and I'm from the northern part of Germany, born close to Hamburg. And I work now together with Hunt Farm, whom I'm representing here today, as well as a company that is newly formed called Fibermax, which is a joint venture between Hunt Farm and another German entity that I'm part of. And Fibermax is merely being founded to plan a new facility type for hemp processing. So Hunt Farm is one of the pioneers and oldest hemp grower in Germany, having grown hemp for about 20 years for food and seed reproduction. They have as well grown for tea and extraction material and have a lot of experience in not only growing it but as well developing harvesting machinery. So this is the founder of Hunt Farm, Raphael Dulong, which I need to send the best greetings to everyone in the room who knows Raphael, which is probably 89% of the room. And he is still very much motivated to take the hemp industry to the next level. Hunt Farm has a lot of competences when it comes to the hemp in general, as I said, from growing, processing of seeds, as well as growing for tea and extracts and cannabinoids. So I'm coming now to FiberMax, which is a more important topic for today, I think, even though the panel is about seeds, but I need to get this message out here, because in the first panel there was a lot of talk about between hemp and getting to the industry. So that's what FiberMax stands for. The joint venture partner in the UK is a large manufacturer of pre-manufactured panels for home building of CO2 negative homes. And the German part is Hand Farm and the other entity. And we are all about the impact that a new type of facility processing hemp can have on the community, as well as making a quantum leap possible that is absolutely necessary in order to step up and get the industry to where we need to be in order to attract not only the interest of governments and local governments, as well as the farming industry, but more importantly, the interest of large money. And large money doesn't mean someone with £1 million, because that's not helping at all. We need to talk about money up from 100 million onwards in order to get an infrastructure done that is necessary to make, whether it's the concrete industry or the textile industry, understand, yes, now they are forming what is necessary to have a supply chain from field to product. And that supply chain needs to be based on ideas that are taken from the example of Germany, which I always use. Large-scale farming means 2.5 million hectares of corn is planted and harvested every single year in Germany for biomethane and feedstock. And the approach of harvesting 2.5 million hectares in a time window of 8 weeks is exactly the approach that we need to take to make large-scale farming of hemp possible. And I will straight away take the point that was earlier asked in terms of monoculture. Industrial farming is monoculture. There is no doubt about it. However, the hemp farming has the ability to support regenerative farming and the new so-called strip farming, which means you have a field of about 100 hectares, which is not unusual at all in Germany, and you're planting 2 or 3 crops on that field strip-wise, depending on how big your machinery is that you're using. And that's what we need to understand. No one in Germany is interested in planting 5 hectares of hemp, because the machinery that is being supplied from the agricultural industry is at least 12 to 16 meter wide, meaning he's driving around one circle, done. That is not cost effective for any farmer. So all these impacts are so important to understand if you want to scale up an industry. So we are very much in collaboration, and what we want to do is really have a vertical integrated partnership that ends up with international customers, because FiberMax has the ability, due to a just granted German fund, that we are planning a new facility for a throughput of about 100,000 tons of hemp, resulting in about 15,000 hectares of farming. And it is not about producing commodities, it is producing about pre-manufactured products or final products for the market, in conjunction with industrial partners that will be linked to that facility. So we have, for our planning phase, 20 leading industrial partners, which I won't name yet, because we need to form and find out who is doing what. We are focusing on a couple of main industrial sectors, which anyone can see here, and there's a lot more to this than what I'm listing. And today, since this panel is about seeds, I focus on the hemp seed market and its opportunities. So we can see in comparison the total harvest of oilseed worldwide. And then you see how very little the hemp seed can bring to this market. So talking about 640 million tons of oilseeds being harvested in comparison to 110,000 tons of hemp seeds, everyone knows that this doesn't have any impact at all on industrial scale. You know, talking that hemp oil can do technical oils and stuff. If we used 110,000 tons for food purposes, that would be great. And even that we don't, because we all know there's many European restrictions to get hemp oil as food in the shelves of supermarkets, and there's still lots of hesitation with the big retailers saying, oh, there could be 1 ppm of THC somewhere, maybe on the bottle outside. So there's tons of opportunities using hemp seeds for the plant-based market, and I'm pretty sure my friend Florian will come to that. So I'm just showing you a couple of graphs that actually show the opportunity that lies in front of us if we scale up. And that's not just on protein and milk. There's many more to this. You know, the bakery industry is not even incorporated in this. So, and then a little comparison between hemp and soy. We can all see that soy planting in Europe is definitely not solution. However, the soy planting in Europe currently gets in the farming world more support than hemp planting. So how is that? And that's what we need to understand. The obstacles that are in front of us are manifold. And we need to understand, first of all, the farmer is the biggest obstacle because he's using his machinery and he doesn't care if we come and say hemp is better. If that doesn't fit his machinery supply, he won't buy a new machine for 5 hectares of hemp. So there is one big obstacle, and the soy plant that can be used with any machinery that's already available. So that's one simple reason why soy planting in Europe gets more support than hemp currently in the farming world. So I leave the hemp protein to Florian. Couple of examples what you could do with things extracted from the hemp seeds. And that's me done. Many thanks, and I look forward to a great discussion.
Thank you, Michael, for a very interesting and visionary talk on the complex impact. We will further debate it after all the individual talks. So let's please go to František Švejda, who is a hemp food innovator and a popular author of cookbooks, and he writes for the magazine Canopy. And also he's an expert, he's a jack of all trades. František Švejda.
Hello, I'm very happy to take a part on this very interesting panel because hemp food and his properties, this is my really favorite topic. So I would like to start with several more general thoughts. There are a lot of challenges or problems which humankind at the moment facing. One of these problems is so-called lifestyle diseases, or we in Czech Republic using the name, not very good name, civilization diseases. These diseases are at the moment the most expensive thing which is in our health insurance system. This is the these diseases result in a high number of hospitalizations, long-term treatments, and expensive medical procedures. This results in increasing costs for public healthcare system and health insurance companies. So one of the biggest topic or challenges which humankind and the movement have is to solve a problem of lifestyle disease. There is no doubt that this issue is connected with the human endocannabinoid system. I started to work in the area of industrial hemp 9 years ago. I'm working a lot with hemp food and dietary cannabinoids for all my career. So after, let's say, the fascination of with cannabinoids, I started to learn more about endocannabinoid system, how it is working, how important this body signaling system is. And after several years, I really strongly believe in this, that the endocannabinoid system could help us with this so-called lifestyle diseases. This endocannabinoid system is, of course, influenced by phytocannabinoids, but maybe more important fact is that the essential for endocannabinoid system are fatty acids, and the source, one of the best source of polyunsaturated fatty acids, which are really essential for balance of endocannabinoid system, is hemp seed. As I told you, hemp seed at the moment, it's really perfect, very good designed package of important nutritional substances, like source of protein, fiber, polyunsaturated fatty acid, everything what at the moment is missing in so-called Western diet. Western diet, which is a lot of ultra-processed food, a lot of red meat, a lot of saturated fats, could be one of the biggest problems and one of the reasons why we are suffering with lifestyle diseases. Low consumption of natural food, and I could say low consumption of hemp seeds, is one of the reasons, or could be a way in the future how to solve this civilization disease. Hemp seeds represent a very affordable and naturally well-designed package of nutritionally significant substances that are practically ideal for helping us with the issue of lifestyle diseases. In connection with endocannabinoid system and what we know about balance of endocannabinoid system and the function of endocannabinoid system, we need to say that it should be supported to for our European people to consume more hemp seed and hemp seed products. Here are some benefits which could result from a higher consumption of hemp seed. Heart health, healthy skin, brain health, metabolic health, immune system, disease prevention. All this is connected with lifestyle diseases, endocannabinoid system, and our current lifestyle. And at the end, as I always say, eating hemp food, this is your best retirement plan, because doesn't matter if you will live 90 years. Current medicine is able to keep you alive for 100 years, but it depends how your last 30 years of this 100 years will look like. If you will be somewhere in a bed and under medicine, or if you will be active and healthy. So, good strategy in your lifestyle, and eating hemp is one of your best retirement plans. And I think that this topic should be also communicated with health insurance companies, because higher consumption of these healthy food, especially hemp seeds, could save a lot of money in this health insurance system. So, eat hemp. Thank you.
Thank you, František, for your life-saving presentation. That's really so much to talk about later on. So let's move on to Florian Pichelmeier from Signature Products, and he will again go deeper and deeper into the hemp seed, into this game changer in multiple industries. Florian.
Thank you. Thank you also for the invitation, and also I have to mention that I've never heard it so well, like how someone pronounced my last name, who is not German speaking, so perfect. Also, thank you for the really nice presentations before. I can underline all what you said. Hemp is a really good food, but so let's look into that. So first of all, what you can expect from my small presentation today, I give you really a short introduction about Signature Products, so you just know who we are, what we do, and then afterwards I go into the hemp seed applications. So what we do is, on the one side, is contract cultivation. So we do not grow hemp by ourselves, but we do work together with farmers in Europe, but mainly based in Germany or some countries around. And we also offer different services, such as white and private labeling. For example, if you want to have a hemp seed oil with your own brand, this is what we offer. So we do not have our own consumer brand. We also help a lot of bigger companies who are not in the industrial hemp sector, who want to understand hemp. So we offer consulting services as well, as what we have done especially the last 2 years a lot to some bigger agriculture companies. I think this is really important because we are all here together, and not all of us, but most of us working in the hemp industry, and this is great, pushing each other and we're like, yeah, hemp is great, that's good, but we need to tell others also about it, because otherwise we will not create a big market for that, and this is what it's all about. Then we also trade the raw materials. So after the contract cultivation, of course, we have a lot of hemp. We not let it die there. We try to trade it into different industries. We focus on the upper part of the plant, which means more like the seeds, the leaves, and maybe the flowers, but more the seeds. And we trade this to the food, feed, and the cosmetic industry mainly. We also do R&D. I will talk about a small project which we won this year together with the German government, but also with 2 big German companies. And what we also do now is another project where we're focusing on the recreational cannabis market, which comes to Germany. So let's look into our projects. We're working with a couple of universities together to get better, because I know, first of all, we're not good at R&D on ourselves. We don't have the people, we don't have the money to hire 15 people, 20 people who can just focus on that. And also, when it's about reputation, when it's about talking with big companies outside of the hemp industry, if a hemp company comes to them, it's a little bit sometimes difficult, as you know, because of our reputation in general. But if a university, if it's university backed up, it helps a lot. And this actually is one thing I really can underline is, I think one reason why we have success, like at Signature Products, is because we're working together with universities. It helped me a lot to get contacts to the food industry, for example, because they're listening to me, because I can tell, this is not just I'm telling you, this is backed up by science. So working together with University of Bonn, the business school Pforzheim, that's why I studied. I studied business law there, but nothing to do with which I do now. The University of Hohenheim and also the Fraunhofer Institute. I want to give you a small introduction about the project with the University of Bonn after that slide. As already mentioned as well, we're doing also a lot of lobbyism work, and one part of that is also I'm representing the European Industrial Hemp Association, where I'm in the management board. Let's look into the project which we won actually 1.5 months ago together with the German government. In this project, which started on the 1st of September. We are working together with Rügenwalder Mühle. Most of you probably don't know that, but it's actually the #1 company in Germany for plant-based food. So you see them in every supermarket existing in Germany. And they also already launched this year in July a product with hemp protein, a plant-based meat product. This is really, really good because it's the first time in Germany that we have in every supermarket available a plant-based meat product made of hemp. Then we're working together with Südzucker, which is #1 or #2 worldwide company regarding sugar. They have a lot of fields available in Europe and worldwide, which is of course one important point because if we want to apply it on the market, the people like the companies also need hemp, so we need someone who can scale it. As mentioned, 5 hectares are not enough to supply the whole hemp food market. And then we have some other companies who support us in this regarding the extraction or extrusion. So we got €1 million in this project. Just want to give you a show overview. We had the signature, we are leading the project, we applied for that. We do the economic calculations and development of hemp food products. Then the other 2 companies improving the process and also develop different food products. So, but why do we do that? As already mentioned, we have different problems to solve in the hemp food industry or the hemp industry. We know here that hemp is great. We're all talking about it. We have different applications, but we need companies who apply it. So either we can apply it on our own, if you have the money for that, if you have the contacts, if you have the, if you're patient enough to educate the market. This is one way to go. The other way to go is to search for big companies who are already a big brand on the market, trying to convince them to use hemp, and then they roll it out. And I found out I'm not good for the first one because we don't have enough money. And so we went for the second one and we tried to convince basically big companies. And we did. We're already working with big companies together where we supply hemp protein. But one big other issue is, which we still have in the industry, and is one of the main problems, is hemp is right now too expensive compared to the other proteins available. When you compare to soy or pea or other proteins, we cannot compete. Right now at least. And this is one big issue. So we need to solve this. So one way to solve this is we have better seeds where we get, for example, a better harvest. Or on the other side, if we have seeds, or if we process it better, if we can produce cheaper. And this is one thing which we do in this government project. We try to optimize the hemp production. This means we are trying to go through the whole process after we harvest and try to improve the hemp seed peeling, the oil pressing, the hemp press cake in general, what we can do with that, and also the extraction methods. And then, of course, we try to apply it on different food products and then send it out again to bigger food companies. That's everything about the project which we are doing. If you want to know more, you can, of course, afterwards ask me more. What else you can do with hemp seeds? We supply a lot as well the cosmetic market. One investor in our company since 2020 is Crema. Crema is the biggest it's the biggest feed supplier in Germany. So we work with them together to also get hemp more into the feed industry in Germany. And then also they supply a lot the cosmetic industry. They're a supplier, as we are. And with them together we're developing also products to then not develop our own brand, but to supply to existing brands who are already on the market and giving them hemp and giving the opportunity and understanding what it's good for. So I mentioned cosmetic and pet food is what we do with them. Fuel, I want to say here that we don't have at Signature Products much experience about that, but we're in contact with companies who are actually doing research about using hemp oil as fuel. Then also regarding paints and varnishes, so what we know companies, also paper, we do know that you normally use the fibers, is what we're aware of, but still some companies are researching about using parts of the hemp seeds for the paper production and also textiles, as it's normally used from the fiber, but also here they're trying to find applications from the hemp seed. Same as plastic. Lubricants is already a company working together. They're going to launch something, a big lubricant brand, going to launch it with hemp seed oil, salt conditioner, but also what we do know that in the fishing industry it's used already a lot, if you're not aware of that yet. Why cosmetic? Just one example, and then I'm also done with my presentation. A lot of companies they're using for skin moisturizer, acne treatment, hair care, also antioxidant. And a little overview about my company, just couple of people of my team that you know a little bit who's our background. So we have, if you're coming from the cannabis industry, You maybe know Wheat Maps, so the founder of this company invested into us, and also then Crema, which is the feed industry, the cosmetic industry supplier. And then we have Nateco, if you maybe know them from the CO2 extraction from Germany. Their ex-CEO, Andreas Wutzig, also is invested into our company. Yeah, that's everything about me and the company.
Thank you, Florian, for sharing your vision. And now let's move to something that you totally do not expect, a breakthrough discovery that is stemming from hemp seed. Please, Dr. Pavel Kubu.
Thank you. And it's very nice to follow up what else we can do with hemp seeds, as Florian make the bridge. So far it looks we will be able to make artificial blood plasma product, which Plasma for People is the company developing and owning the IP, how to isolate hemp protein edestin to a pharmacological purity in the original 3D structure. In fact, the IP starts somewhere on isolating the edestin up to 80%. And then don't ask me, because I don't understand it too, how the chemical processes are made that the protein simply does not denaturate. We all know what is it, protein denaturation, that when we fried eggs, as the egg protein gets either white or yellow, that's where it, of course, loses its natural functions, which are related to the structure. Also, I should mention that blood plasma is the most limited resource the healthcare industry is having. There is, in fact, a shortage of 2/3 of the actual plasma demand, blood plasma demand globally, which is not covered, because so far we are able to get the blood plasma only from healthy volunteers, which go not to donate blood. They have to go donate plasma, which is more complex, more time-consuming, and how to say it. Of course, it's not even fine to donate normal blood, but you are done in 30 minutes with needle in your hand. If you donate blood plasma, you are not done within hours with 2 needles in your veins, at least. So it's in fact summarizing why it's so limited resource. And I should also add, because to work with human plasma in a clinical practice, it's not common even for physicians. So when I was reading after some time from my studies the product information on blood plasma, if I would not have there written it's a human plasma, I would think that someone is trying to persuade me that something like life of water exists, which in fact is the human plasma. That's what it is. That's the water which enables the circulation of all the blood cells, of all the hormones, immunoglobulins, and its distribution through the body to the tissue and up to the cells. And the most important part, which is enabling the homeostasis, is the blood protein albumin, which we are planning to replace in the solution by edestin. There are multiple benefits of the edestin, as it's protein 6 times larger than albumin. So it can be potentially used also in situations where you can even help the patient with human plasma, because it's contraindicated to follow with albumin, and it's basically a lot of the acute situations where another specific term, permeability of the blood capillaries are changing, what in fact means that the transportation of albumin is so already differentiated that it's escaping from the blood circulation to the tissues and worsening the edemas. So far it looks edestin is in fact having the features which would enable its application also in the situation where blood plasma is already contraindicated. But there are other potential benefits also as a blood expander. Some of you might have heard about these intravenous products. They are mostly starch or some other complex sugar based. So they are also having multiple issues which edestin is improving, and that's the lack of protein, creating in fact higher burden on kidneys with the actual blood expanders, which the protein or a large protein-based expander organic can prevent. And last but not least, also as intravenous nutrition, where as of right now we've got multiple options, again sugar-based. There are also some isolated amino acids can be mixed for intravenous application, but edestin in fact brings all the amino acids which the human body needs on daily interval. And it's also having the amino acids in, let's say, very compatible ratio to the real needs of human bodies. In other words, those amino acids which human body needs a lot are rich in edestin, but it contains also those amino acids which we do not need potentially sometimes on daily basis, but we need them in some, let's say, mission critical processes like creation of immunoglobulins or creation of specific enzymes when a body is in some health disbalanced situation. We've already conducted extensive tests on animals, which in fact confirm the hypothesis that this natural protein can be applied intravenously into the mammalian circulation and does not create any serious adverse issues, as even the follow-up confirmations of immunological tissues of the tested animals confirmed that there was no significant activation of immune system. But we are already using the available advanced tools to shorten the time to get approved testing on humans. We've conducted extensive AI modeling done on AI trained for biomedical research and development called Ontocyte in collaboration with German company Chain Pharma. And among revealing the complex 3D structure of the molecule and helping to better estimate what will be various features and how it will act into condition of human body, also in acute situations with like high fever of the patient or different permeability indicators of capillaries. It shows that not just through its size, but also thanks to its combination of beta sheets and the overall structure, the edestin is in the blood circulation able to replace or better said collaborate, because of course it's not the goal to get the patient blood free. You always need to get something compatible with what the patient already has in circulations, and there it looks that the edestin is having very compatible also physical and chemical components. It's already break down to 3 subgroups, where in fact the edestin 3 seems to be the most closest also from the antigenicity characteristic, which in fact is the indicator how the immune system can react against this molecule. And we all know that even we do not have the unified type of blood, where again the immunocharacteristic of different blood types are in fact preventing to use the blood across all patients. You have to really match-make the proper type of the blood before the blood can be applied. This applies for blood plasma too, of course. And potentially with the organic replacement, all these issues can be diminished in the practice because logically the naturally produced protein is not, for example, even contaminated with various blood transferable diseases like prion diseases. And now maybe to the most important to today's audience, how the production process is already happening. The reason why we are using hemp seeds is obvious, because edestin is most concentrated in hemp seeds. You can find it also in rice, soya, and potentially other cereals or food plants, but the concentration there usually does not exceed single %. So hemp seeds is the natural richest source of this protein, seems to be very compatible to main human blood plasma protein, albumin. Then the extraction and separations of oils is already happening in patented process, because it's in fact all the separation processes are very sensitive to keep the edestin in its original 3D structure and don't denaturate it. Then we are again in patented process running through separation of husk and purification and crystallization at a stable temperature. And in fact, the end product is very mild dust, which can be stored basically forever. We are already running like 8 years of stability testing in a storage, and the actual retest shows that if, of course, it's properly stored in vacuum and in some stable temperature, it's not undergoing any structural changes. And when the potential replacement of blood plasma in some of that potential indications will be need to use, then the dust with the purified edestin is just makes in comparison like 6% to 94% of saline solution, and you are in fact getting the liquid part of human plasma, which also consists from 92% water, 6% of albumin, and the rest 2% are immunoglobulins, hormones, minerals, and so on. The project is as of right now in the seed A. We are getting a little bit delayed in a frame of months because we've reached out the typical issue of developing medications based on different hemp products, as similar issues are with various phytocannabinoids too. There was no laboratory having a certified laboratory testing processes to analyze how long edestin stays in its original 3D structure in human plasma. So we are now waiting for one of the Australian laboratory, which was closest to have such method certified, when they finally make their certification, so we can start the stability test and get the proper test quality results on the level of medication testing, so we can use these data for later market authorization. And last but not least, just get you insight how big are the markets or business opportunities. Our estimates for plasma organic just in the segment of blood plasma replacement is about 280 million euros. And again, just 1/3 of this demand is covered by the actual supply of human blood plasma. But in the area of parenteral liquids, where either the plasma expanders or the intravenous nutrition based on proteins is fitting into, our very conservative estimate is that edestin-based products can be reaching 3 billion per year. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pavel. So the dream has come true. We will be able to inject cannabis into our bloodstream in the form of edestin, a protein extracted from the hemp seed. This is so wonderful and it will save lives. So please, any questions?
Thanks once again, me. First question is for Michael Bieder, if I said it correct. How many seeds are you available to sell to any customer? It's 1, 10, 50 tons, or that's the question? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Once the facility is fully developed and obviously built first, and we are currently in the planning phase, then that facility can process from 15,000 hectares the available seeds, which then depends on another very important topics that I discussed already with someone today, is the development of genetics of hemp. So what we are currently seeing, a little comparison out of the farming world, a couple of 100 years ago, the cereal crop wheat was harvested about 800 kilos per hectare. The world record of wheat harvest today is 17 tons per hectare. So a slight increase. If we do what we can with our highly advanced genetical influx and science, then we should be able in 10 years' time to harvest on average 3.5 tons of hemp seeds per hectare, meaning 15,000 hectares times 3 to make it easy is 45,000 tons of input in the factory, and then split into different fractions of what is necessary, whether we make protein or whether we extract edestin, will then be obviously a question of quality and understanding and analyzing which seeds do have which properties. And I think this is another important topic, and I really appreciate all the presentations here on this board today showing the huge potential that we have with hemp while we're scaling up. Because what Pavel said, the $3 billion euro market of his new development is only available if there is enough hemp seed available in order to make this a possibility. So we really need to understand that investors will come on board seeing this massive opportunity when we step up and say, okay, yes, let's build an industry and step out of romance of hemp. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I received, meantime, because some of us regarding these numbers, but I asked my colleagues, what would it need to produce just the gap of 100 million liters, which is missing as of now, and it's 6,222 tons of hemp seed will be needed. So hopefully the investors will start to understand that there are large opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
The second question was for your colleague. You said 6,000 and something tons for 1 milliliter?
No, for the missing liters of...
missing 100 million liters per year.
Ah, okay, okay. My English is not this. But the second question was, you mentioned CO2 extraction. You extract, if it's not the secret, you extract the husks or the whole seeds? Or you try to separate the oil from seeds?
It's definitely not a secret, I just don't know it.
Okay.
I think this part is not a secret because it does not change the chemical structure. There are some mechanical processes, how you know, the seed is decorticated, then you know the oils are removed and purify the protein, but really I don't know these details.
Okay, thank you so much.
So many questions. Excellent.
Before I ask my question, was it 6,000 or 60,000?
No, 6,000.
Okay. my other question is not about that, but it is for you, Pavel, and whoever else. But what steps remain? Sorry if this is a really ignorant question. I feel like it is, but what steps remain before we see this plasma used in hospitals?
Market authorization of intravenous medication, which that was also interesting interaction with the on-site artificial intelligence, which, for example, clearly told us that with some of the clinical testing steps, we have just 5 countries globally where is at least some experience between physicians. What does it mean to certify the intravenous application? And Czech Republic is not among those countries.
So how will this?
You are asking when it's gonna be done?
Yeah. Well, not when.
That's a very fair question, but the best answer is when it's done. There is no like legal timeline, or you have to count with unpredictable simply. So to be giving you right now any like 2-5 years, also it needs significant amount of the investments, which basically it's not that there is some like one level increase, there is quite common in between the different human testing stops. The costs are rising exponentially. And until we raise it and spend it, we can predict what the overall time will take. In general, approval of a new medication takes something between 20 and 30 years. And this is intravenous. But at the same time, we are already working with tools which should significantly shrink the timeline. But we are, of course, speaking in years to come.
So it's in the beginning of that process?
It's not the beginning. The beginning is to isolate the molecule and pick the molecule, which can take 15 years if you look to normal medication development. We've got already animal tests, we've got already extent literacy research, we've got in silico modelings, which are replacing some step with in vitro modelings and so on. So I would say we are somewhere maybe second, third.
Thank you.
Pavel, thank you very much for the interesting lecture. But I have still one question, one technical question. Why do you choose globally from the hemp seed? Why didn't you use the albumin fraction of the hemp seed, which is much better soluble and more similar probably the blood albumin? Can you explain me why is globulin is better for this purposes than
one of the main reasons we were solving it just recently is the molecular weight, which is significantly bigger than albumin. Because in many acute situations, so-called peripheral permeability of capillaries is changing, and albumin, the human or artificially recombinant albumin administered, is contraindicated because once the permeability changes, and we do not have like immediate diagnostic methods to know that the peripheral permeability has changed, you in clinics recognize it that the person is getting in a protein-based edemas, which are much worse than just water-based edemas. And in this situation, the intestine so far, based on the modeling, looks that through to its big structure will not be escaping as the natural albumin escapes anyway. So in fact, as of right now, the intensive medicine does not have any tool to help the body restore the homeostasis, because once the permeability changes, you can even administer the human or recombinant albumins. And you do not have other protein or other type of tool to quickly replace the protein part of the plasma and get the body back from the pathological spiral which is in fact just making more albumin to escape out of the circulation and increasing the homeostasis decay. Contrary to administering larger molecule, which is having the potential to restore the oncotic pressure and stay in circulation.
Okay, thank you very much.
What is the difference between edestin obtained from other plant sources like legumes or other families? So why do you select?
Sorry, once again.
What's the difference between edestin obtained from other plant sources, from legume family? So why did you select it?
From other what? Sorry, I'm not understanding.
Legumes, from legume family, other plants.
A luštěniny.
So why did you select hemp for that?
Because it's the most, there is the highest concentration, so you do not need so big volume to isolate the result volume of edestin. In the other cereals or rice and so on, as far as I know, it's maximally single-digit %. And in hemp seeds, it's as you saw it, between 45 to 55%.
I don't have any question, but I need to reach Pavel and Florian presentation. Could you send? It's possible.
They will be probably available anyway somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
For sure.
Thank you.
What a compliment. Okay.
Hi, I'm Andrei from Alcos Bioprod, Romania. For bioseed, you can count on us on Romania because at the moment we own roughly 100 hectares of hemp seeds, and next year will be available for everybody. We try to expand much as we can. We are seed producer and multiplication of the seed.
Thank you. Let me just continue with the recounting numbers, because in fact to cover the 6,000 tons, it will need 10,370 hectares to be cultivated. So.
We manage this year 2 tons per hectares.
Great.
Yeah, irrigated, of course. But Romanian Jubileu Sequoian breed.
Can I ask which type of hemp seeds you grow? Which variety?
I'm from Romania, Alcos Bioprod Farm. And seed, it is Jubileu Sequoian.
Okay. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I have actually skipped the expert debate, which was supposed to precede this public debate. So maybe we can ask the experts if they have some counter questions, challenges for each other.
Okay, I will start with František. So I think there is obviously a very interesting topic saying that eating hemp seeds can improve the health of people, and then we have got the other expert here saying if the health is compromised, we have the solution with hemp and sort that out. So basically 2 people having the same solution for the health insurance industry. And I think this indicates already the future potential that has not been seen 100 years ago. And I think this should lead us to, again, and maybe I'm more visionary than other people, but if you look fast forward 50 years, and then imagine what the hemp industry could look like, and then base all your planning on what we want to achieve together in 50 years' time, that is probably a very good basis to start today and talk to people, and not talking about, let's do some pilots and stuff like this. No, let's do what the industry did, and I refer always to the steel industry in 1913 in America. The steel industry in 1913 in America said, If we carry on what we're doing currently, we have a steel mill here, and then we have a done there, and they're all very tiny, and it's all very expensive. You know, this will never be a world market. So let's come together, put it all in one basket, and say the steel industry needs to be cheap and high volume. That's what they did. They convinced the bankers to put $1 billion in there, and then they said, done. This way to go. And that's exactly what we need to do. We need to understand how big is the market in 50 years' time. Is it 1 billion, 3 billion, or 100 billion? And I can already say that the hemp market, already visible in Europe, is extending far 10 billion, easily. And it's not the American billions, it's like the European billions, which is actually 3 zeros more. And therefore, I think it is very important that we get the mindset right, because everything starts with mindset if you want to achieve big goals. Well, that's the starting point, I think.
Thank you, Michael.
I'll follow to add that through the research and development of potential edestin-based plasma replacement, we are getting more and more confirmations of the totally unique nutritional value of the edestin as such, which thanks to František, we are now doing a pharmacology archaeological research, in fact, because there was still 1938 OTC medication containing edestin or purified edestin to the level they were able to purify at that time, which was probably not more than 85%, but we'll see once we get to the registration documentations. And that product called edezyme, combining edestin and enzyme, was in fact successfully used to treat child tuberculosis. Some of you might know the famous cannabis as medicine proceedings from the which was led by Professor Kabelik, and there's a lot of other first description of interesting cannabis bioactivities. But one of the studies featured there and effect confirmed is this treatment of tuberculosis in child patients, which just confirms how unique is in fact the combination of bioactive compounds in hemp seeds, because of course the kids were not getting just purified edestin, they were also getting some of the omega acids, and because they were basically getting overdosed by edestin and hemp seeds products, their body was able to restore its regeneration procedures up to the level to treat itself from the tuberculosis. So, you know, in medicine works the kind of unwritten rule that physician treats and nature heals. And this is in fact one of the evidence how the nature can be really healing, and how food is important source of the healing power, let's say, which the human body needs. And I just want to also confirm that the actual burden of diseases in all, and not just developed, but some of the so-called developing countries are having even more demand as of right now for healthy food. In Africa, there's big outbreak of junk food diabetes 2 onset. There's pandemic happening right now compared to the numbers or epidemiological numbers in developed countries. And it's all because of low quality, high volume foods, rich in sugar, small in proteins. And in the aging society, it's already clear that non-healthcare insurance or other healthcare payer will be able to sustain the exponentially growing cost of providing the key care in the aging society. if the society will not start better care of themselves. And we are again in a complex and healthy food where all the self-care in fact starts.
Yes, let me just point out that the mentioned research on tuberculosis and the conference took place in this country in the year 1954, 70 years ago. So much about the lack of a vision.
My last question for this panel, I hope. I will try to connect this debate with ask, by the way, book of eating hemp is really great, so if you didn't read, go and find out. The question is, you have a great experience about hemp seed and eating. What is, for your opinion, the highest safe amount of hemp seed oil, like the daily base?
Technically, we are talking about food, so there are no safe amounts, something like that. There are some recommended daily income of fats or of proteins or etc. So for the hemp seed oil is very important the ratio of fatty acids, which is very essential for the balancing function of our body and endocannabinoid system. So this ratio in hemp seed oil is very good, or almost perfect. It is 1 to 3 for omega-6 and omega-3. It's almost ideal because everything what is 1 to 1 or 1 to 5 for human body is very good. So you do not need to think about how much hemp seed oil you should consume, but you have to check how much total fats you consume and the ratio of individual fatty acids.
Thank you so much.
So maybe I read 2 or 3 years ago a very interesting article from 2 Czech physicians and pharmacologists, and they told in this article, which I agree, that a very good daily dose of hemp seed oil is about 15 milliliters, which is depends on the size, but 1 or 2 tablespoons daily. And if you will take 30 milliliters daily, you could observe it. It works similar like some medicines. Yeah. So therapeutic dose of hemp seed oil starts on the 30 milliliters a day.
And with regards to protein, there's let's say even more complicated to discuss the potential overdose, because I think as of right now, if you look to some physiological summaries, there is typically written that the daily need of protein is X to twice X. What typically says, if we have such broad intervals, that in fact we don't have, or the need of the body is changing so profoundly that it sometimes needs 2 times more than when it does not need. And to identify exactly what changes, like for example, definitely if a body fights the viral infection, it might need twice as much when healthy status, but it might need 10 more times of some essential amino acid, which to get supply in normal food is a kind of very complex exercise. I don't know if you ever read the list of suggested foods to keep all the income of 21 amino acids, which we need to build protein structures. It's a very rich menu, which to hold on the daily basis from all the different resources. is always more complex than if you can has as a kind of background supply in your food the hemp protein, which is in fact having all those, and it's already featured in that proceeding we were discussing here, that physicians that time understand very well the nutritional values of edestin.
Thank you. I am not...
Sorry, I quickly want to add something from personal experience and answer your question again in daily recommendation, because I think that's referring to the German Institute of Risk Management, as we call it. I think it's completely something different, but anyway, that's a political subject. So they recommend that, first of all, you have to be an adult in order to consume 2 tablespoons a day. So no pregnant people, no children up to 12 years. So that's one thing that still is an issue on the market. And secondly, I want to talk about some personal experience. For the last 6 years, I'm eating on a very daily basis, and I really mean it, definitely more than 2 tablespoons of hemp seed oil, plus an additional amount of whole hemp seeds. And I can say I can't see any side effects on the negative side, but I can see tons of positive effects. So that's just a personal experience.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that, because I and my family, we are eating a similar quantity of hemp seed oil or hemp seeds a day. And I also did not recognize any side effect, and I see only positive effect on my body. And last year or last 2 years, I lost 10 kilograms, and I'm feeling better than in 25 years now.
Yes, I'm not in the medical field, but I would like to know if I don't know if my question is appropriate either, but I'd like to know if the hemp plasma, will it be compatible to all blood types?
Yes, because it does not have the immunoglobulins which are making these compatibilities. It's also vegan compatible, as someone said, and more importantly, it can potentially be used as a plasma replacement for Jehovah's Witnesses or those kinds of churches which are regretting any blood transfusion, because this is not a blood transfusion. It's not coming for another, even animal, not just human. It's totally natural. Sorry. Totally plant-based.
Hi. So my question is for Pavel. It's would collaboration with large pharmaceutical companies accelerate possibly the process of bringing this plasma to market, or do you think that could be prejudicial to the?
There is no easy answer on that. Despite it might look like a logic solution, it can also bury the project for decades. We saw that in multiple other, just the famous antivirotic treatment developed in Czech Republic, the new antivirotics for HIV treatment. They were in fact lying in the pharma company wardrobes or storages for more than decade untouched, and that's why the research team which invented the molecules was able to exercise so-called callback option for the IP, but in fact they were starting from the scratch 15 years later when they already think pharma company which they sold the IP to will invest into the market authorization.
Thank you.
I have more practical question. As you were talking about eating oil and the seeds every day, what about the quality of that oil? Because due to oxidation process, sometimes I'm not really sure when I buy my oil from like local supermarket, is it fresh enough? Do you press like every day for your like really high quality and fresh oil to eat, or how you make this?
The oxidation of hemp seed oil could be a problem. This oil should be treated well during the production process and should be packed in a protection atmosphere. And if you have it at home, maybe it's better to keep it in the fridge, not to have it on your kitchen, to have it in a cold conditions, and to eat it as soon as possible. So I personally do not have problem to consume a 250 milliliters bottle in, let's say, few days or in 1 week. So it's okay, but to have it open in a warm conditions more than 2 weeks could be risky. Yeah.
But if that happens and you cannot use that oil for consumption, you can still keep it and let the water evaporate and then use it as paint for protection of wood, you know, for your furniture. So don't dump your oil. It's always good.
Or lubricant.
Or lubricant. Thank you, František. You're thinking of everything. So, speaking of food, is there any last question? So, speaking of food, maybe we can proceed to the lunch break, unless there is one more final question. We are hungry, aren't we? Okay. So, thank you all for an exciting presentation. Now the lunch break. It lasts until 2 p.m. We have plenty of time. There are many restaurants in either direction, left or right. of the Hemp and Industry Conference organized by Czech Hemp Cluster and HempClub, the cluster of clusters. Let me remind you that tomorrow we have the matchmaking session. It means there will be tables with experts, and you participants can sign up on the sheet across on the wall from this door. And you can sign up to those 6 areas and enjoy one-on-one conversation with the experts. So let's sign up so that we know. Also, maybe it's a good time before we all gather up to remind you that there is a wonderful, incredible, totally exquisite opportunity next year in Prague. The 21st AHA conference is not taking place in Brussels as always, but in Prague in June, the 5th to 7th, 2024. And this will be big. This means it's a huge international event, you know, so I guess that we will all meet up there under the auspices of European Industrial Hemp Association in June next year. So, I hope you had a good lunch. And some of us enjoyed the bean soup. Maybe there's still some left for the next coffee break. Do enjoy that. Right. So the presenter for the next panel is Michal Ruman, the Czech Hemp's project manager. It's 2 p.m. and we will start in any second. Actually, yes, it's now.
So, hello everybody. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and to sit here with my guests and panelists. I will shortly introduce them, and then they will speak about their topics, and then we are going to discuss a bit more in detail what's going and what is it, what is covered under the material self-sufficiency. So, on my right hand, I would like to introduce Marta Rafaela Monteiro Viñas. That is representative of Senhese Hemp, which is a regenerative fashion brand. Marta has 20 years experience with textile industry, and she seems to me to be a passionate hemp fashion pioneer, let's say, in Portugal. Yeah. Next to her, I would like to introduce Galina Elchaninova. Pardon? Shastan. Okay. That is representing Andritz Laroche, which is a quite well-known, bigger scale industry company that works in the field of non-wovens and fiber raffination, processing, cottonization, recycling. So things that are very important for us to be somehow incorporated in our hemp business. Next to Galina, there is Michal Marchuk, representing Ukraine Hemp. Michal wrote that he's passionate about sustainable innovations. So, yeah, you wrote it. we will see how much passionate you are, but definitely he's a managing partner at Papax. He's going to speak about what Papax is, and he's as well deputy director of EMBA, which is European Material Bank. That is one of the institution or the main institution that is behind the Ukrainian hemp project. And last but not least is Maciej Kowalski from Kombinat Konopny, Polish frontrunner, as I wrote to my LinkedIn, who is already over 15 years involved in the hemp industry and really somehow paving the path for our efforts in hemp and in diverse uses of hemp. So Maciej will speak about his experience with Kombinat Konopny. Now, after the introduction, I'd like to give a stage to Michal Marczuk, who is going to start with his presentation. Thank you.
This one, that one? Yeah, very well. Michael, is this the control? Very well. Okay, thank you very much for having me today. More? Closer? Very well. Thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure speaking here. Nice to meet you all. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces, which is always great to see. So my presentation is called today Perpetually Renewable. And I don't want to pitch you our company today. I don't want to speak too much about our company. I want to pitch the industry of hemp. This is the reason why I'm here today. I want to speak about pros and cons and what is actually limiting us into expanding and accelerating this industry even more. Michael, when he introduced me, he said that I'm in management positions of multiple companies. Indeed, this is like this. So I have the privilege to observe this from different perspectives. I can observe the industrial hemp industry as a producer of hemp, as a company that utilizes hemp, and as a company that invests into businesses related to hemp. And there are pros and cons in every one of them. So let's start. Let's start with a question. What do these two products have in common? Bioethanol, cosmetic pads, two completely different products. Both are made from renewable biomass. In fact, both can be made from industrial hemp. This is obvious. We can use one biomass to produce these two products. And there is much more behind this. So all of these products, as you can see, and you probably know it, we have some hemp professionals here sitting. I don't have to convince you, but you know that it's an incredibly versatile plant. We can use this material to produce a lot of end products, textiles, paper, bedding, the building blocks, composites, whatever. All of this could be made from industrial hemp. Why aren't we producing more products from hemp? Big question. Why is it taking so slow? I heard some people today were speaking about the supply. Actually, if we compare the medical cannabis industry, the size of the market is around $20 billion. Industrial hemp market size, anybody knows? Only 6. How is it possible we have so much money in medical cannabis and we have so little money in industrial hemp? And by the way, in medical cannabis, 50% is venture capital, so the industry is much likely to be financed by risk capital, which is very important and gives this big growth to this industry. Well, in case of industrial hemp, there are two main reasons, from my point of view, why this industry is not developing that fast. So reason number one, resource availability. Somebody has been saying this already today. The chicken and egg problem, you know, the big guys that want to get started with small quantities. They need big amounts, otherwise you're not interesting for them, difficult to talk, and so on and so on. Great example, Procter & Gamble. So what do they say? First of all, they introduce 1.5 million metric tons of paper packaging into the market every year. This is the, by the way, PG investors report from last year, 1.5. And only 21% of this quantity is virgin pulp. In other words, paper. In other words, wood. So what do they say? They say we have an aim that 100% of our paper packaging will contain certified virgin content, basically be fresh paper. Great aim, very ambitious, awesome. Reality. From Mr. John Bell, Director European Commission, studies suggest that the gap between the potential demand for biomass and the sustainable supply is as big as 40 to 70%. Strange, 70%. Isn't that what Procter & Gamble was aiming for, actually? The reality is we do not have the biomass to completely revolutionize the supply chain and turn it sustainable, basically going away from artificial materials into sustainable alternatives. This is the reality. So it's a completely underdeveloped industry, and there is a reason why I did not put too much focus here on industrial hemp, and I've parked it under renewable materials. But we know from the previous slide, hemp is the renewable material that can be applied in a lot of industries simultaneously. So this was the problem number one. Number two, missing technology. Why? Because biomass production and processing is a sort of a upside down process. Why is it an upside down process? Well, if we're producing a car with you guys, we're bringing thousands of elements into one factory to produce one car. With biomass, it's the other way around. We bring one biomass or one plant into the factory and produce thousands of materials from this plant. We saw beautiful examples of plasma today. It was amazing to hear. It really was a top presentation. Unfortunately, there is a problem. On each of these steps, anything that we want to touch, produce, or do from industrial hemp, we need technology. It's going to be very trivial technology, or it can be very complex technology. I'm sure we will be speaking about this today too. But the fact is, there is no technology. It's either been largely underdeveloped, or is very expensive, or is very inaccessible. Million reasons. But this is the fact. So we have the supply of material, and we have the missing technology to actually process this material, to introduce it into diverse industries like we saw in the previous slide. So with these two challenges in mind, and now I come in, Michael, you've introduced me also as the partner at the European Material Bank, which is correct. We focus on projects where we can invest and introduce materials into circular economy, where we can identify an opportunity, for example, hemp, and introduce it into an existing production chain. And we did it with one showcase project that we did in Ukraine. We started in 2021. Before the war, as you know, the situation in Ukraine is pretty horrific. But Michael, there should be a video playing, but it's not. I have technical error. Maybe I have to click on something. No, doesn't matter. No video. We're fine. You can watch it on other streams. So we've basically set up a project where we've invested into a production site. We've built it completely from scratch in order to plant industrial hemp, process industrial hemp, and introduce this material into diverse industries, into many industries. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. But this is the crucial factor. I was sitting here and watching these wonderful presentations for a while, and I saw trends that many companies or people are trying to compete with your industrial hemp material against an existing material, especially from the construction industry. Someone was saying, yeah, but it must be cheaper, or it must be stronger, or it must be... You're trying to compete against a material which is 60 years on the market. For example, in our case, against plastics. It's very difficult if you're investing or if you're producing a hemp-based package, either if it's from paper or from composites, to compete against an industry which is over 60, 70 years on the market. So the suggestion is develop new industries, develop new applications that are characteristic to industrial hemp. Don't try to compete with your material against another material. It will take a lot of time. Pick industries where you have low technological barrier and high margin. And there is a lot. I just made some of the people that are on the screen are sitting in this very room. Admirable projects, very interesting projects. And all of this can be served if we complete the two challenges: material availability, basically planting hemp, and technological access to technology to break down this plant, as you can see, through the entire vertical and utilize every element of this plant into diverse industries. This will ensure the economical sense of this business. This will ensure the investment logic into this business, if we observe it, yeah, because the worst thing you can do is plant hemp for one reason, just one thing. Yeah, if you want to do one product and you plant this industrial hemp, it's just not going to work. A lot of people will hate to hear this, but the investments into hemp production and processing are incredibly low, and this is for one reason: the math often do not make any sense. There is no margin, there is no ROI. It's very difficult business to invest. If we look the investment landscape into industrial hemp businesses, we have textile companies in USA raising $10 million for fashion line from hemp, but we cannot source $3 million for a decortication plant. Do you feel me? Yeah, so this is, of course, it has a reason, because the math does not add up. But we can change it if we identify products with added value, with margin. Again, in our case, I just can say what we do. We've completed this through processing industrial hemp, this is the same plant I showed you in the previous slide, into a package. This package is made from 100% industrial hemp, the one I'm holding here. And of course, the application is huge. We can produce food packaging, we can produce transportation packaging, security packaging, and so on and so on and so on and so on. But this is only been possible through targeted mission to utilize industrial hemp material and access a niche, a margin, basically a niche of products with a higher margin to make the whole project interesting and economically viable. And this is our message for today. Invest in industrial hemp biomass. It's definitely a very big thing, and it takes a lot of time. The lead time is long. I feel the pain, but it's coming. It's coming. Invest in processing technology. So as you saw, there are endless opportunities, and there is literally zero opportunity or basically technological offer to process this. Expand circular economy, create products that can be utilized in a circular sense. Establish supply chain for renewables. So this is something that we want to share with you today. Thank you for your attention. The reason I probably started this panel is because I have a little bit broader approach to the industry. And now I would like to give the word to my colleagues here. Yeah?
Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely it was a great introduction. And I would like to hear the response from Galina, and because she's going to show us some machines. So the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. My name is Galina. Hello. Is it okay like that? Yeah? So my name is Galina Yevcheninova-Shastan. I come from France and from Russia. I represent Andritz La Roche, but also several European machine-making companies for a light industry, mainly for pulp and paper, nonwovens and textiles, composites and biocomposites, construction, and so on. So I'm here thanks to the invitation I received from Hannah. Thank you. We met in Champagne last year in June during first international hemp event in Champagne region in France. We decided together with Andres Laroche team to come here and to accept the invitation. So, bast fiber process for eco-friendly solutions. Everything started in the field, together with our French customers. They came to us in the 70s and asked us to make something with their waste. It started from flax. So we started to cottonize flax waste. And with our cottonizing lines, I think they are well known everywhere. They are installed in France, in Belarus, in Russia, Ukraine, not yet, but soon, I hope, in the United States, and so on. Then, 10 years ago, thanks to our customers, we started to work with hemp, even before, I think, yeah. They came with the same question: what can we do with our waste? It was a straw. And we have developed, we have applied our cottonization technology to the straw. So we started with straw, which is composed of fibers, in theory 30 up to 40% of fibers, and of chive, 60 up to 75% of chive. But it's only a theoretical figure, because when we start decorticate and refine the straw, we lose a lot. You have dust, stones, seeds, herbs, and so on. So we started with hemp decortication line, and we applied all the fibers we refined to our technologies, because we are well known in non-woven industry, not only in recycling. So with the help of hemp fiber, we can do a lot of things. It can be insulation panels in buildings. It can be automotive felts from hemp too. It can be a very interesting new product, geotextile out of hemp fiber, refined hemp fiber. Thanks to our water entanglement technology, Andres Perfujet. So for us, it's a new product coming in France and soon in Europe. Another one, we are very proud of it. We have developed it together with our customers, thanks to their ideas. It's a non-woven felt for Asian and for vibes. So we can replace cotton fiber with hemp cottonized fiber, and you can mix it with viscose or with cotton fiber. So here have a felt with 65% of cottonized hemp fiber. Together with our French customers, we have developed cottonized fiber for yarn, for cotton spinning mills. We have developed another technology thanks to our French customer Forestia in automotive, in plastic injection reinforcement. We use a small fiber, a very fine one, as cellulosic part in bioplastics. And for sure, the first market which always existed in France, and it's paper, pulp and paper. And when we speak about our decortication technology, you need to know that we will generate a lot of chives. We have decided to transform this byproduct into co-product. And together with our customers, we have developed a calibration system and a cleaning system to separate chives from little small fibers and from dust, because the market developed so quickly, and there was a boom for hemp chives. And right now, the chives market for building, for hempcrete, for hemp block, and so on, is growing very rapidly. So you can use chives everywhere in building, together with water and lime. You can make hempcrete blocks, hempcrete sandwich panels, and so on. And there are a lot of advantages of hempcrete building materials. It is breathable, and it doesn't burn. We can develop this subject for 1 year, but I will go on with my presentation.
There is going to be a panel after,
yeah,
so
yeah.
we don't have to go
but
too deep.
But it's my favorite subject right now. So, to sum up, our decortication and refining process, it starts from your straw. We can process both ratted and unratted straw in square bales or in round bales. We will cut it if it is not cut in field, and then we will open it, we will decorticate. Decortication means separating chives from fibers, from woody parts, yeah. And then after one decortication line, it can be 5 tons an hour capacity, input capacity, it can be 2 tons and half input capacity, you will obtain a very good paper quality fiber. You can stop here. It is good for filters, for banknotes, for passports, for special pulp and paper. Then, if you go to non-wovens or to textile market, you will need to clean it and to open more and to refine this fiber together with La Roche refining system. And you can stop here, because you will have a very good cleaned fiber with 1, 2, 3, 5% of chives, depending on your resin quality, depending on your seeds and so on, depending on your climate. You can stop, you can sell this fiber, or you can make non-wovens for automotive, for furniture, mattresses, and so on. But you can go further together with La Roche, Andritz La Roche technology. It's our cottonizing process. We will transform your refined, cleaned hemp fiber into cotton, natural or bleached. We can do both. Here is an example of one decortication and refining line, starting from bale, square bales. So it's a typical line for 2.5 tons input capacity for ratted or unratted straw, I repeat, but it must be dry. It must be 20 up to 60% of humidity. And it must be cut. You have to cut it in field or together with guillotine. We can add a guillotine. So the maximum length of the straw we accept at La Roche decortication line will be 50 centimeters long. Then you will go to first decortication line, starting with our bale buster, then BFBO bale opener, then double step cleaner NB60, then XL picker, then NB60, and then the fibers will be transported by pipes to the second line. It will be a refining line, starting from feeder, then double XL picker with pins, then shoot feed, then NB60, and then you will bale it. It's very important to know that the whole system is completely automatic. You will not need any operator. Only one to feed and only one to receive the final product in bale. And it's very important to know that the hemp straw is very dusty. So it's really important to put a good air filtration unit.
Galina, excuse me. Just I have to remind you about the time, yeah?
Yeah, okay, I will go on.
So
and here is the typical cottonizing process, starting from fiber. It can be very good fiber, less than 5% chives. It can be even more dirty fiber, up to 20-30% of shells. You will clean before, then you will cottonize. You will see here a blending box. It's very important for us to blend the fibers in order to have a good quality. And now we propose everything now online. It's a calibrating, cleaning process and packing machines for hemp shives for different qualities. It can be mulching, it can be animal bedding, it can be construction quality. So I will finish.
Skip something.
So, what is the advantage to work with André's team, André's Laroche team? We propose a whole turnkey solution with no operators, with low consumption energy, and with a guarantee. Not only mechanical and electrical guarantee, but a textile guarantee. You can try your hemp straw at our trial center in Cours-la-Ville, France, and you can go up to the final product together with our sister companies. For example, André's Perfojet in Grenoble to make wet wipes from hemp. Or you can make something other if you want. So, as Michael said already, there is no competition in the hemp market because there are too many applications. It's up to you to come to us with your idea and we will develop something new. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Of course, this topic is very interesting and we can go much deeper, and we are going to go a little bit deeper in the discussion. But if you want to speak to Galina, maybe you can have some matchmaking session with her tomorrow, so think about that. Now the floor is to Marta. We are going to a little bit move from, let's say, somebody who is offering technologies to somebody who is going from the different opposite way, so from the plant. So this is Marta.
Hello, I was already presented. I was working in the fashion industry with the biggest of the fast fashion for 20 years. And over the time, I realized that the impact that the fashion industry has in our environment. So I try to find some sustainable ways to solve this problem. I started to recuperating traditional textiles know-how like linen, like the wool. And I also became a Fashion Revolution member in Portugal and also in Canada, or one association that have one international hemp fair. So the textile industry has a huge bad environmental impact. 10% of the global CO2 emissions, they are produced by the fashion industry. Also 20% of the water, the pollution of the waters, they became from the treatments that the fibers have, and also with the dyeings. And I should say more things, but I will resume this. 60% of the clothes that the world wears are made from plastic, and this is a huge problem. Not only by the microfibers that they already have been found in the blood, of human blood, also because they are discarded in the landfills, and they can take over 400 years to disappear, not disappear, but to decompose. And also the fashion industry have a bad social impact. I realized this in Portugal, so I can't imagine what are happening in the other countries. I saw poor working conditions, low wages, and exploitation of labor. Also, it's very difficult to gain an economical value. There are people that are doing traditional techniques like natural dyes, like swimming in a loom, and they have advanced age, so the young people doesn't want to learn that abilities because they know that they don't have a future. So also the fast fashion made cultural appropriation. They use cultural techniques from the other countries, and they explore that techniques, and this is not fair for the artisans and for our people. So when this idea became, I was trying to find a sustainable way and a sustainable fiber, and I became a volunteer in some projects. I started with wool and ended with the linen in 2016 till 2018. And in 2018, I found, in a case, hemp. And I said, no, this is my mission, and I'm going to do this, because the hemp fiber, it's not the only solution for the fashion industry, but is one big solution. And I was trying to solve this problem, and I tried to introduce the hemp fiber in the fashion industry, and I have a big problem. No one of my partnerships, and during 20 years I never had the hemp fiber in my hand, and they didn't know how to work the hemp fiber. They even know what is hemp. So it was a large work of research and try and fail with the machines that we had. We use linen machinery to try to produce some jerseys, some fabrics, and made in Portugal. But when I quit my job in February 15 days after the COVID came, so I was waiting for this project 1 year and a half, and the time is now, and the hemp is needed more than ever, because the European strategy for the sustainable and circular textiles, we have one lead time to achieve these goals, and hemp helps a lot. Also, hemp contributes to the European Green Deal, and study says that the hemp textiles will grow 50% until 2028. So sustainability in textiles goes behind the mere creation of garments. It has to be a holistic approach from the beginning of the fiber to the end of the garment's useful life. This approach means the commitment to the idea that what we take from the nature, we need to give back, and in a way that sustains and regenerates our planet and in our environmental, rather than depletes it. So my mission is create an innovative system in Portugal based on cultivated hemp fiber. I collaborate with farmers, with companies, with artisans, communities, and we are all together with universities, with associations, and we are trying to find a new solution and a good solution to achieve all these goals. So I created SNCM based on these goals. I don't use any chemicals in my productions. I use natural dyes. It's a fair trade brand, because sustainability is not only the environmental, but also social and economical. So I use eco-design, minding, take-back pieces, and of course I choose hemp because, as I said, and as all we know, the hemp regenerates our planet, and it's a regenerative raw material. And also with this project, I want to introduce in the artisans, they don't have access to the hemp fiber, and they like to work hemp fiber like before, because Portugal have a huge cultural heritage from the hemp. For example, our king demanded to our priests to grow hemp because they were fundamental to our success on the navigations. And we found Brazil and we found India because we were months in the ocean, and the ropes and the sails, they were very resistant. Why? Because we grow a lot of hemp in Portugal, and we have a huge cultural heritage. So this is not a target client. This presentation is not good, but where I already go, where already since hemp arrived, I started to do a lots of markets in Portugal because I'm an entrepreneur. I don't have any financial support. So the main objective I want is reach the most people to teach them about the hemp and the benefits of wearing hemp and what hemp could make in our environmental. So I already achieved universities, schools, museums, eco stores, and all over the world. I have some PCs and CM there, and they know the mission and they know the value of the hemp. So, I know I'm the right track because I already won some prizes and some contests. And even if I'm doing this alone with some people helping me in the fashion industry, also farmers, we are doing the collaborative way, but this is not supported. But I know my mission is right because I won these prizes. And it was good for the statement of the mission, and for I know I'm not crazy like most people say, but you are doing right. So these are some products that I have. I have artisanal products, I have industrial products, everything made in Portugal, everything made with organical dyes and natural dyes. As I said, it's nothing with chemicals. I have some partnerships. I introduce in some brands the hemp fiber, some projects that they have the same mission as me and they are trying to solve some problems. I was doing this campaign, hemp campaign, in lots of events in Portugal and out of Portugal too, because my main objective is inform. Not all the people who are here know the benefits of hemp. But the most of people don't know yet. I realize that, so it's important, inform. So I was participating in many events talking about the hemp, what he can do in the textiles and the other areas too. So you can find us in Portugal or online or in markets, sustainable markets. And the future for CNCM is have this collective colligation or ecosystem between all the areas and try to get the goals. And we are not against one another, but we need to do this in a collective way and join forces to get the goals, because our goal is only one, to put the hand and hemp the world. So are we together? Yeah.
Thank you, Marta. I ask Lukáš to change the presentation, and Maciej can continue with his experience and approach.
Can I get the mic?
Of course.
Yeah, there's some people that I don't see from here, and it's actually easier for me to speak this way. The most important thing that I want to tell you is, if it's not on social media, then it didn't happen, so I didn't. All right, I'm going to put myself a timer so that I keep under the 10 minutes that you asked me, so I'm going to keep talking for like 9.5 minutes. I was asked with the clicker thing to...
What?
Yeah. It's actually like in the middle of it. Can you scroll it back to the first slide? It's going to be easier for me to start from the beginning. Yeah. Who is this guy and why is he here? As you mentioned, I've been in the hemp industry for close to 20 years, and I have to speak about 20 years of my experience in 10 minutes. So I chose to just show you around 20 pictures from what we're doing. This is a hemp farmer standing in a hemp shirt on a hemp field with a hemp flag of the Republic of Poland. I run a company called, I used to be like, how does it work? Yeah, this way. I used to be the activist for marijuana reform 20 years ago, when Poland decided to put 3-year prison for possessing any amount of marijuana, which is still the case actually in Poland. And for 10 years, I was involved in writing about marijuana, running a newspaper about marijuana, writing about it, and even participating in national elections with one aim, legalize marijuana. And then I was approached by a lot of people saying it's all bullshit, all that hemp industry is not happening, because if it's really money in it, someone would be doing it. So I decided just to show you, just show the people in Poland that it's actually possible. So I started a company. It was 10 years ago. It was the first Polish industrial hemp company. I sold it 5-6 years ago to the Canadian holding. It was like prime time for CBD, and I exited the CBD market in the wonderful moment. And then I was bound by non-compete clause. I could not be working with CBD because of the non-competition, but I wanted to work with hemp. So that's how I got into hemp fiber, which is completely by accident. I just wanted to work with hemp. And that was the most difficult part that I've ever encountered. Hemp fiber was also the thing that was wrapping around the combine, wrapping around absolutely everything. So I founded, with the money I got from selling the previous company, I founded Kombinat Konopny, which is a vertically integrated company. Right now we have 2,500 shareholders, which is a point against your remark that it is difficult to raise money. Although in line with the remark from Hand Farm, that it's actually like raising a few million euros is a drop in ocean what is needed to actually build the industry. But we're getting there. So what's crucial about our company is we are a vertically integrated company. So we are growing hemp ourselves, harvesting it, decorticating it, processing, refining, making the cottonized hemp, everything that Halina was talking about. We are doing it, although on a smaller scale and on the simpler machines that we developed ourselves. Then we are spinning it into yarn and making all the process, moving up the value chain. Instead of going the American way of doing large scale, but just a single step, we are actually doing all the steps up the way to the consumer, because it's the consumer who is paying you. So the closer you are to the consumer, the more margin you're actually keeping to yourself. So that's how our hemp fields look like. Nothing compared to what you see in the pictures from California, where you have 1 plant per square meter and it's fully covered in sun and everything. And this is probably something you're used to see. Like half of you are probably growing hemp fibers, so you know how it looks like. That's less of a popular image, less of a popular picture. That's how we are actually doing our retting. And if you don't do your retting properly, then no matter how much amount of money you're going to put into processing, you're not going to get good quality fiber. And you're going to waste a lot of money on energy consumption. We are leaving our plants in the field for winter, which is called winter retting. I don't know if it's called winter retting, but I'm calling it winter retting, which is a twist on a traditional way of water retting, which is banned in Europe, which is not possible, and it is an ecological and economical nightmare. What we are doing is, instead of putting our hemp stalks into the pools of heated water, we actually keep them standing in a field, and all the rainfall, all the frost, all the snow that is falling is actually doing something similar to what is happening in the retting tanks, which is dissolving the glue that holds together the stalk and the fiber. When you're decorticating dry hemp, what you're basically doing is fighting against that glue that holds together those two valuable products, hemp sheaths and hemp fiber. Everybody wants hemp fiber, everybody wants hemp sheaths, no one wants your hemp straw. Hemp straw is, the value of it is really, really low. When you decorticate it and you have two separate streams of products, you're already adding up some value. So we're actually getting that value for free, and nature is actually giving us back the nitrogen that's in those glues. The reason why water retting is banned in Europe is because you waste a lot of water and you introduce a lot of nitrogen into a system if you don't treat that water. What we're actually doing is that water stays in the field and it's feeding the next generation of hemp plant. I'm fully in agreement with the remarks that were made by Anka about monoculture, that actually monoculture is the most natural thing ever. Without Homo sapiens, there will be no crop rotation. Nature does not do crop rotation. Nature is doing monoculture. Just monoculture doesn't necessarily mean it's somehow against nature or is not eco-friendly or whatever. So that's That picture shows how our straw is looking when we are harvesting it, and you see that the fiber is already separated. So our decortication does not really need a lot of energy. We just need to separate those two. And in the 70s, the region where we are growing hemp, which is northeastern Poland, was tested for, is it suitable for production of hemp fiber? And the results were no, it's not suitable for hemp production. So why are we now doing it exactly in the same spot? Because back then, in the 70s, the main consumer of our hemp fiber was the Soviet Navy. We are supplying long strands of fiber to the Soviet Navy. Soviet Navy doesn't, fortunately, exist anymore. So we don't need to supply them with long fiber. And anyway, the Navy is no longer using natural products, for good reason, probably. And the official document from the 70s is saying that hemp cannot be grown in that region because it has a tendency to self-cottonize. Which means it's actually doing half of our job for ourselves, which is the beauty of being lazy. That's how it looks like. The whole harvesting equipment, some of you mentioned millions of euro that you need to spend on equipment. I actually spent around 2,000 euro on my harvesting equipment, which is a regular rake for straw, for regular straw. Although the whole stem, because it is standing, is still strong, slightly weakened, but at the very bottom, it was sitting in snow for several months. It's completely destroyed. The bottom 5–10% are completely destroyed. So you just have to slightly push it, and it just forms a windrow like that. That's my 2,000 euro harvesting equipment. And that may you avail. The baler, you have to use a belt baler. I don't know if you know the difference between a baler and a chain baler. We usually use those. And as for decortication facility, we're having 2 minutes left. Decortication facility, we build it ourselves. There used to be a lot of it in the 50s, in the 60s. We can get them on the scrapyard for something like 2 euro per kilogram. So my line cost me 2 euro per kilogram. The basic concept of fluted rollers and roller breakers and then pinned drums. Halina showed it perfectly on her diagram. That's a picture showing like the different steps of decortication and refinement, because decortication is the easy part. Retting and refining and actually adding the value to it, that's the difficult part. The shifts is obvious for everyone, but I just want to stress it that if you're running a fiber operation, you have to make money on the shifts, because otherwise you're going to be losing money. Actually, what I got from the US is that all the fiber companies are actually discarding fibers and just producing shifts, which is usually the stupid way as well. Non-wovens, Hanina also mentioned that the low-hanging fruit of the hemp fiber industry. Not all of the fiber you will be growing will be spinnable. You cannot make yarn of absolutely all fibers. So we will always have the second quality fiber or the non-cottonized fiber that you can actually use for all kind of applications. We use it for horticulture as a water retention thing and an weed suppressant. We use it for actually growing psilocybin mushrooms. It's actually good for keeping the moisture in. We use it. There is also one picture. We use it as a rodent mat for small animals. We also experiment in using it in reusable nappies as the inner part that keeps the moisture in mattress producing, etc. And the most important part of what we are doing is actually producing yarn. We are doing it in-house, blending with cotton from Europe. We cannot grow cotton in Poland. I'm like 3 seconds above time, but I'm just going to be finishing in like 30 seconds. That's our spinning mill. It's an open-end rotor spinning that was designed actually very nearby in here. It's a Czechoslovakian BD200 open-end rotor spinner. A very simple machinery that was not designed for hemp. But I spent like, I don't know, 5 million euros on equipment altogether, and I don't have a single piece of equipment that was designed for hemp. If something is designed for hemp, it's going to cost you twice the amount of money as the things that do exactly the same job as was not designed for hemp. So we have all those things, including the t-shirt right here. So afterwards, you're welcome to see and touch them. These are all made vertically under one roof. And the QR code is getting you to my LinkedIn because I was stupid enough not to take my business cards with me. So forgive me if I'm not giving it to you. It's not because I don't like you. I just left my hat someplace. So if you just scan it, it gets you to my LinkedIn, which is the surest way of getting to reach me. 11 minutes, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matej. As you can see, we have quite a wide range of the attitudes, and we have to somehow like arrange ourselves in it. So my first question that came to my mind was like, how do we understand the self-sufficiency that we are supposed to speak about in this panel? What level do you think we are self-sufficient on? Does it make some sense for you? Do you want to start, Marta?
Okay. I only will speak by myself. I sense hemp. I try to make everything locally made in Portugal. So we have a great country to grow hemp. Like I said before, we have the historical heritage from hemp. We have 18 hours of light per day. We have a good weather, so we have farmers. We also in Portugal, it's known in Europe like a huge incubator of a textiles industry in the north of Portugal where I am placed. So, as I said before, I'm trying to use Portuguese fiber, introduce them in fashion industry, textile industry. The problem is separating the fibers. We don't have the corticator in Portugal, but we have other companies that are already invested in the corticators for other kind of roles. For example, for the construction, there's one the corticated that was bought in the United States, and the separates the fiber. That fiber it's not good enough and it's not clean enough to introduce them to the textiles. But we have another one that will arrive in 2026 with another company. It's especially made for hemp textiles, but I will not wait till 2026. So I was trying the traditional way also, because in Portugal we have some knowledge, traditional and ancestral knowledge. And actually I found by enzymatical process a very clean fibers with no impact, environmental impact, with no chemicals, with no bleaching. This is a new technology. It's being developed by one university and another company that are investing in many ways of extracting biomaterials. And this, I have the results, the last results for 3 weeks ago, and I think we have the solution yet in Portugal. I need to test them, but I didn't get time enough. But I think I already see by my eyes, and not doing tests, the same fiber that like I buy from the north of Portugal. So I think I'm on a good way to be sustainable. I understand the sustainability. We need to we need to see, first of all, in a small scale and try to enlarge to the other countries, because each country has its own rules around hemp. For example, in Portugal, we have lots of problems to grow hemp. We need to request licenses. There's a lot of hobbies, so our farmers have lots of problems with the policemen. So for me, I try to be autosufficient with my grows in Portugal that have licenses, and with the machinery that I have, with the industries that I have, and all the collaborative partners that I have. So I try to see, first of all, in the small scale, and then if it works, try to grow. Also, we need to see the demand. If you don't have demand, or if you have a large demand, we need to see if we have material enough to produce, because, for example, in fashion industry, the way how the consumption are, we will not get enough raw material in hemp to supply all the fashion companies and all the brands. we can't change immediately from the cotton to the hemp because it's not possible. We don't have, even if we plant, grow hemp in all the Portugal, the demand it's superior because we are talking about the fast fashion. So we will never have hemp enough. So this must be a systematical, holistic change, and between all the roles, the buyers, the brands, and try to load the consumption and the production without demand, and then try to work on autosufficiency.
Thank you. Maybe Galina or Mikhail, anybody wants to put his point? Yeah.
So, material self-sufficiency, yeah? This is the grand topic. Okay, so self-sufficiency is actually the core essence and value proposition in our business case, because at Papex, we utilize 10,000 tons of wood cellulose, yeah, basically paper. And the step to move away from paper, basically avoid deforestation and create self-sufficient source of material, this was the empowering idea and accelerator to decide to start growing hemp. So the idea behind this is actually, or the question, when will other companies from the diverse industries that we talk about, be it in automotive or in non-wovens, when they will start creating their own material supplies, basically. This is the main point, because we had an era of globalization. Yeah, we could pull any material from the planet, sugarcane, Mauritius, no problem. Hemp from US to Europe, no problem. The times are changing because of COVID, because of the logistic chains and so on. So in fact, the essence of material sufficiency is already a value proposition itself for companies. So if you approach the right partner, if you approach an industry, and you can prove them, hey guys, if you think about your material today, it might help you not being out of business tomorrow. So this is the grand idea, grand agenda. So again, our core mission is very simple. We want to move away in the next 5 years from wood to hemp biomass. And we've done our homework, we've done our research, we see the cons, and this is our decision. And I'm sure a lot of industries will follow. It's just chicken and egg problem. Somebody has to start.
Any of you? Do you want to add anything? So.
Yeah, so when it comes to self-sufficiency, I actually understand it two ways. One is a macro and the other one is a micro level. So one is the geopolitical level that you mentioned, that supply shocks, COVID, like a criminal from Kremlin invading our neighbor. That's what's happening, and it's actually influencing our supply chains. European Union was founded on the idea of, one of them was common agricultural policy, to make sure that we produce enough food to feed ourselves no matter what's happening in the world. And we don't have anything close to that when it comes to textiles. We used to have it before the 90s, like our countries, Polish, Czechia, we used to be large producers, but it all disappeared after the fall of so-called communism. So we are absolutely not self-sufficient. And we do grow some cotton in Europe. So I look at it European scale. Like, each of our nations cannot be self-sufficient, as we're too small. Either France or Ukraine or Poland, we are too small on a global scale. Together as Europe, we are actually a global player. So if, for instance, we are taking Greek cotton and somehow blend it with Polish hemp, we can actually triple the production of textiles by what's happening in Greece. So that's one idea. And the second one, maybe less popular, is being vertically integrated means we are actually self-sufficient as a company. And it is the model that Henry Ford was building his automotive company on. He was not like Mercedes today, just connecting parts made by other producers and then crying, well, the supply chain is broken, I cannot supply you with my car because some supplier of my supplier got somehow wronged by someone. We are trying to do as much as possible, and then for the end product to be 100% European, and so that I can actually say to the end consumer that I was present personally at every stage of the production, which is what people claim to want. Sometimes their claims are not in line with their purchasing decisions, because if it costs a few cents more, because you're actually paying European wages, not Bengali wages, then the consumer has to pay slightly more for that. But we see that more and more people start to understand it, that actually by spending money in locally, in the companies that pay their wages locally, you're actually paying money to people that are your own customers at the end. If we are sending money away to buy American products or Chinese products, money is not coming back to our continent.
There was a suggestion from the audience, maybe if you could pass the things to show. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the bioregional approach, in fact, this is my heart topic. I was somehow like developing this idea for long for myself and so on. So this is something I like to develop a little bit more. First, let's see it from the opposite way again, meaning what do you see as materials, hemp-based materials that might be crucial for our self-sufficiency and self-dependency? What for you is the material that is a like game changer, let's say, made from hemp?
I'll just continue my speech or whatever. I'm in the textiles, so I believe the textiles is like by volume of what, because my background is in herbal part, so CBD is obviously a market we all know, but when it comes to how many hectares you can actually grow for CBD, that's like by the factor of 1 to 100 when it comes to textiles. What you've mentioned in Portugal, there's not even enough land to grow for it. We used to have in Poland 30,000 hectares of hemp, which is still not a lot compared to 12 millions of hectares of arable land in Poland, but you cannot go there by CBD alone. You cannot get close enough. Grain is definitely what's happening, and I don't really see the need for any breakthrough. Everything is on the right path. I've been observing this industry for 20 years, and it's actually, we couldn't possibly hope for more than we're getting. And if we are in 20 years' time as far from today as we are today from 20 years back, we can actually congratulate ourselves. So there is no need for anything else than patience, capital, and hard work.
Wow, thank you for these words. It's encouraging. Yeah, I see all of you are in fibers, and you just all got this magazine, freshly printed canopy. Some of you can read it, some of you can't. And there is an article I just wrote for the magazine dedicated to fibers. And one part of it is for me, it was very nice to read about, that the first findings of fibers processing was in Dolní Věstonice and Pavlovické Vrchy, and it's like imprints of ropes on the pottery, and it's 27,000 years old. And the researchers, they were just so excited about that fact that those people were able to process fibers already. That is not clear what type of fibers those are, but they said, like, we underestimate fibers in development of our culture and civilization. We have Stone Age, we have Iron Age, we have different type of ages, and we kind of forget that there is a textile structure that is completely form our societies for thousands of years. And this is something that I'm sharing with you, the passion for fibers. So, okay, that's nice. And to continue this, now I can see in France, in Belgium, in Poland, wherever, this shift of deglobalization, shortening supply chains, really like big companies, even big companies trying to make them self-sufficient in materials. So maybe, Galina, can you see in your daily business life that this movement
is already somehow like imprinting itself into the market, and you have more demands or like new demands, or what type of customers are reaching you now for your machines?
I think that, yeah, the hemp market changed already our way of thinking, not only at La Roche, but at Andres too. Yes, thanks to various ideas to replace cotton, for example, or to replace wool fiber, or to replace glass fiber, or to replace polyester fiber, and to be more sustainable. Yeah, we applied cottonized or refined hemp fiber to our machines, and yes, I think we can be self-sufficient. At least I can speak on behalf of my French partners. In France, right now, we grow 2,000 hectares of hemp, both for seeds and for fibers, for textile applications, for nonwovens, for automotive, and so on. And I think we can make even better, because the demand is huge, and the supply is not sufficient. Yes, we do not have enough cottonized fiber for textiles, for cotton type yarn. We do not have a lot long fibers, and the demand is huge. We do not have a lot cottonized bleached hemp fiber for nonwovens, for hard yarn. Even in France, we do not have enough. So I think, yes, we can be self-sufficient, but we need to scale up and to grow more hemp.
Okay, thank you. Michael, maybe you want to add anything to that? Okay, I will ask you anyway.
I knew you.
For me, let's play some kind of role game, because we can see that, okay, we have here some producers and of machines. So for me, I was thinking, what is your dream customer? What is the customer you would imagine that you are looking for? Can you tell us a bit?
Yeah, sure. So I have a little bit more capitalistic approach, if I can put it that way, to this question. Because at the end of the day, the balance sheet matters, because the finance has to make sense. And I would like to emphasize about the necessity of going into products that indeed have economical sense. Yeah, so for example, we had some examples with plasma today. Yeah, this is obviously a huge market. It's a very high technological barrier, extremely high technological barrier, but you can see that this is something that is unique. There is almost no competition in this market. So referring back to your question, the ideal customer would be someone who can utilize the materials that we produce and bring it into a completely new niche where there's sufficient capital and sufficient margin to cover everything. Because this is maybe a question to Mate also. Do you think that the raw materials from hemp that are on the market today, do you think they're undervalued or overvalued? How would you say it?
The prices at the reasonable level, but the quality is not in line with the price. So they are definitely overpriced compared to the stage of development that they are at.
Thank you. So this is again back to refer to your question. You're multitasking. Awesome. Yeah, we need interesting new niches. Let's not compete with hemp products against established industry. I already said this. Let's explore new niches where hemp can truly show its unique organic properties and take a good premium on this product, which can cover the costs of all of this. Because running, to be honest, I saw balance sheets of decortication plants all over the world. Like, comme ci, comme ça. It's not a gold rush business. It's not super interesting. So where the interest comes from is indeed in interesting products, and this is something that I would like to encourage, enforce, and just simply discover such products and bring it to the customer who can who values this, like Yasensi, for example, and there are customers who are willing to acquire this product and support through this the entire value chain. This is kind of my type of customer.
Thank you. Galina.
About a dream customer?
Yeah, your dream customer. I'm really curious about that.
For me, personally, every customer coming with a hemp in his eyes is already a dream customer because I'm like him. And yeah, it's my favorite customer at La Roche, at Andritz. Yeah, you are already a dream customer, guys.
And when you turn it back to you guys, what is your dream machine? What is something that you really need now that can move you forward and help you?
I actually dream up machines every night, and then my colleagues are unfortunate enough to have to build them. But basically, I'm in I have the unpopular position of claiming that there is no problem with machinery in hemp. Really, it's like some of you mentioned, sorry I forgot, in one of the previous presentations, that no one will be buying equipment dedicated for hemp for 5 hectares. But what I've been doing for the 10 years that I've been growing hemp is trying to somehow influence the plants, the agriculture, in a way that allows me to use regular equipment, as I showed you with the harvesting ones. So when it comes to textiles, we are using cotton machinery, which didn't change much for the past 200 years. I was recently in the museum in Manchester. We were basically in machines from 150 years ago, and it was like a snapshot from my factory. We basically use the same. What La Roche is doing is obviously much more better quality, and the monitors and sensors everywhere, but basic idea is the same. Like we mentioned that people were doing fibers thousands of years ago. It's not a high-tech solution. And I'm like, a lot of companies try to outcompete themselves who is a more high-tech. We are the lowest tech possible. And that's actually, as the end consumer, you are paying for all the ideas about high-tech, all the patents. What for? We've been there. We've been like 100 years ago. Polish scientists, Czech scientists, Soviet scientists, they knew everything about how to transform the plants into fabric. So what we are doing is rediscovering it, reintroducing it, rather than just saying, well, the Americans will obviously say that they invented it, but, well, they thought that their content was invented. Well, we just traveled there. My dream machinery would be everything that I actually have in my facilities. The good thing about used machinery, like I've been speaking with a few of you and showing you pictures of machinery from the 50s, from the 60s. They literally cost like scrap metal. You need to have the knowledge and the experience to experiment with it. But I also seen decortication facilities in the US that were built up from scratch with new machineries, with millions of dollars, with people with zero knowledge, with zero prior experience. And if you put a bale of 100, you just believe like, well, hemp is hemp. I'm just gonna put hemp inside and gonna get money out on the other end. Well, it doesn't work that way. You've mentioned that decortication facilities balance sheet is, well, moderate to say the best. I'm losing money on decortication. I'm losing money on agriculture. I'm basically losing money on every step of the way until you reach the consumer. So unless you move up the value chain, and you need all the machinery on every stage. So I'm going to the ITMA in Shanghai, which is the International Textile Machinery Association fair, to actually see what machinery is out there and to somehow flex myself into the existing machinery rather than pay the engineers to build a machinery for me, because at the end of the day, it's the end consumer that is paying it, and he will not be paying for my fantasies. He will actually pay me to be a optimized operator. So no need to dream up machines, although I'm doing it. Just use what's available, and there's a lot of it. And we are the first generation that have this comfort, this great opportunity. You just type in youtube.com and you have every machine that you can possibly dream of. You can just try different languages, because a lot of them are either in Russian or Hindu or whatever, but they're out there. So no need to dream them up.
Thank you. Marta, you want to add? your dream machine?
I totally agree with him. I'm working in Portugal with the machinery that I have, and I have products made with hemp, with the machinery, with the cotton machinery and the linen machinery. My dreams machinery is one machinery that works with no impact in the environmental. So we already have the machinery, but we need to think about it, the footprint that machinery will leave in our garments or in our products. That may be my dream machinery, because as like he said, it's everything already have been done before. In Portugal, for example, till the 70s, we were working with hemp. Our government allow our fashion industry work with hemp. We have that machinery, but now we need to think about other problems that machinery brings to the products and to the hemp textiles. So I totally agree with him. The customer will not pay our fantasies for our products because they are too much expensive, because we spend 3 million euros in one dream machinery.
Okay, thank you. I will give a floor to you, so there is a place for your questions. I just wanted to conclude this, for example, in Slovakia, where I live now, one guy, he discovered very nice publication used as a base for how it's called, like scripts for students in high school and higher schools in textile production, with all machines drawn, with all the formulas, physical formulas, what type of, and this is the heritage that we have, exactly what you said. And when we dig in and we research that, we might be much more, feasible and easier to go forward. Okay, so I saw Maren's hand.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Super, super interesting. I have a question to, I would say, Marta and Marseille. I met Dionysu, a colleague of yours in Vienna last weekend, or the one over, and he made a very, very sarcastic comment, because that was a cannabis/hemp expo, and he said, look around you, everyone here is running around with a polyester shirt that has the leaf printed on it, but nobody actually wears real hemp. They just run around and talk about it. And I would like to know from you, what is your, not so much a dream, but what is your strategy to maybe involve not so much only the choir? I mean, obviously events like this are great, they're needed, but we always talk to each other and we're actually all aware of the problem, but how many of your customers are actually coming from the hemp space, and how are you trying to reach the ones outside?
I honestly totally don't care about people in the hemp industry. I mean, we are, with all due respect to each other, we are a niche in a niche. We cannot sustain a textile industry. Like, there was a nice picture of how many oil seeds are there out produced, and the oil seeds from linen and hemp, and we're in the same situation. Like, our enemy is polyester, not cotton, not wool. Like, these are all natural products. Our esteemed colleague from Bohemia is telling me, people will not buy products just because they are hemp. We may be gonna be buying them. So unless I want to produce 50 shirts, not 50,000 or 500,000, I need to make them available to people that don't care about this being hemp. They do care about it being sustainable, being locally made, being nice to touch, being durable, which is also the case. And in this we have a unexpected ally in form of the European Commission, which is starting to talk about the measures. So that's a lingo in Brussels language. It means we're going to do it in 15 years from now. But they are aware of the fact that what we are doing right now is externalizing the environmental cost to Asia, because the textile producing, apart from sewing itself, but for knitting and spinning itself, the labor cost is not that high. So why not do it in here? Because of the environmental issues. So at the moment that European Union introduces some kind of duty on the border that says if this product was made not according to our standards, then you're actually going to have to pay. That's when it is going to change. And we actually see the change in the mentality that people... So what I'm stressing outside of hemp conference is made in Europe with hemp, not made with hemp in Europe. And that's, I believe, is the way forward.
Thank you. More questions? Okay, I saw the hand there first.
I hope Rick is not here to tell me about all the bad things I said about the US. Sorry.
That's why he's here.
Hi. No, I'm from Mexico. Thank you very much. Super inspiring. This is what I was needing to hear. My name is Mariana Larrea. I am a cannabis attorney. And I've been working in cannabis since in Mexico we start with the regulation, 2016. And these last 2 years, I decided to quit the firm and to come and start with hemp projects. So the first one was the first hemp living development in Tulum. This project failed because at some point I started realizing the partners were using the hemp as only a commodity and trying to sell more land because we were saying that hemp was in the project. And in the moment the partner told me, we're not Greenpeace, I say, I'm out of this. So now I am starting my own project, which is a hospitality and healing retreat, also in Yucatan, but in Mérida now, which is one of the 5 most security cities in the world. And I am struggling a lot with investors because it's really difficult for me to make them understand that we really need, yes, obviously to invest more for the construction, and obviously in Mexico, come on, Mexico is one of the first countries producing cemento, concrete. So is there any financial advice that can help me to make them understand that we need to invest in hemp in the beginning, but in the future, this is going to be good but for the business, but more for the business, for the environment and the construction with hemp and everything we're doing. The passion for the industry, I have it, and I talk with them with passion. They believe in my passion, but I need more than passion for making this possible in Mexico. And I need more a financial argument that help me with them. So I don't know if you have any advice or any experience like what you've been doing, and I'll be super happy to listen. Thank you.
We probably have a completely different optics on it, so maybe I'll just get a few words and then I'll pass the microphone. My advice is cut out the middleman, because what happens is regular people that share your passion go with their saving to the bank. You go to the bank, and the person at the bank doesn't actually care about your passion. He just cares about the balance sheet. And even if your balance sheet is okay, they're going to tell you, well, that's all drugs. And you're going to say, well, hemp is not drugs, and compliance will come in and they just say, screw you. So what we did is we cut out the middleman and we went directly to regular people. We raised altogether like 3 or 4 million euro from 2,500 people. So the average investment ticket, as it is called, was around 1,500 euro. It's actually quite easy to convince someone to lend you or invest in you 1,000 euro. Much more difficult to convince someone to invest in you 10 millions of euro because they don't care about the passion. So if what you are selling is your passion, then go to people that actually care about it, which is the regular guys. And now
Thank you. No, actually, I totally agree with you. I wanted to say it more from a financial point of view. You should narrow down basically know your customer. And I was speaking before about creating unique products from hemp. Don't try to compete with hemp with cement. Don't try to compete with typical buildings or typical products that you have in the market and change them for hemp. Instead, approach these people with a hemp product or a visual or I don't know, some sort of a project that is built on hemp properties. I'm sure Techno Canapa can help you presenting a project that is built on hemp and presenting those hemp properties. And we're doing the same thing in Ukraine. Actually, Ukraine is ultra hard environment, especially now to build something from hemp. But the first people now who try to approach us want to build something from hemp are people from recreational business, from tourism, people who are building yoga studios, people who are building ski resorts, people who are, so we narrow down because they understand, this is what you said, they understand the topic. We're not trying to go to the cement producer and say, guys, stop it, it's bad. They will never do it. They will never do it. It's their business, it's their core sense of existence. But trying to identify people who understand the properties. In Mexico, you have Azulik. It's entirely built from sustainable materials. Who are those suppliers? How did they find them? Try to answer this question. Okay. Okay. No, but you get the point. It's about narrowing down the focus, basically. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more word about the passion. Just don't overdo it when you talk about it, because the argument hemp will save the world closes the discussion. Don't say it because it's not true. Say, I'm gonna make a packaging, a regular thing, then people will believe you. If I understand Czech properly, it says konopí je žebede všech lék, which probably means, is it a cure for everything, right? So, with a question mark, and that question mark is really important, because if you're gonna go to the investor and say, hemp will solve all the problems in the world, then you're loco. They will not believe you, because it's not true. So just passion is all right, but within a frame that you're gonna actually show how you transform this passion into revenue-generating business that will sustain itself. Because I've seen a lot of people from our previous activist days, they had all great, good ideas, but they didn't know how to monetize them. And then you run out of money and your idea is dead. So if you want your idea to live longer than you will live, then you just have to make it self-sufficient. Yeah, self-sufficient.
Great, great answer. I would say we are running definitely out of time, so there is no more space for your questions, but there is a space for your talks during the coffee break. And if you have any more things to speak about with our lovely guests, please make a reservation in the matchmaking list and you can speak with them tomorrow morning.
May I steal one more minute? Because I just got a remark to the question that was asked about the guys carrying polyester shirts about hemp fairs.
So 10 words for each of you if you want.
All right. Half of the hemp textiles you have ever seen are cotton. The easiest way to produce a hemp product is to ask the Chinese to put a label that says it's hemp. So if you have this opportunity to send it to the lab, especially if you're a distributor and you are sourcing the textiles and you're making clothes out of it, and you say, I'm making hemp shirts because I bought something that is called hemp, but it's actually imported from wherever in the world, a lot of people are not very honest about their products. So believe me, a lot of hemp products are hemp in name only.
It's true. I already tasted some of them, and they are cotton.
Which is the bad news, but sorry.
Okay. So, such a nice discussion, and we close it with very sad statement, but never mind. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice break. See you up later. We continue at 4 p.m. We'll be in the hall. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last panel talk of today. Let's not forget to sign up for tomorrow's matchmaking session. A fun fact for you. This is the first ever conference dedicated to industrial hemp in the Czech Republic. All the previous conferences were always contaminated with cannabinoids and terpenoids. This is a historical moment and you are part of it. So now let me pass the mic to Filip Kruta from Czech Invest, who is presenting his talk.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the fourth panel of this conference, Hemp Conference, Technical Hemp Conference, which is focused on hemp application and innovation. I've got that feeling that so far all those panels were focusing on implementation, those innovations into practice. So, but now this panel is dedicated directly to that topic. So let me please introduce you today's speakers. Online, we've got Steve Ellin, the pioneer of the hemp industry, which is unfortunately not here because he's got a COVID. Then we've got on my right side, Tom Mattis from the Hempwood, the American company, if I'm right. It's the European representation in Belgium, if I'm correct. Then we've got here Paolo Ronchetti from
Italy?
Yeah, from Italy. I'm thinking because I've got here Seminipore, Tecnocanapa. Thank you very much. Then we've got Patrick Meiringer, which is also collaborating or working with Hemp Concrete. And last but not least, we've got Francesco Farelli from the Cormatex, the machinery lines for processing the hemp, correct? So please now, we've already introduced Steve. Steve, I think it's the time you can start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm very glad to be able to join you in some form. I'm very sorry I can't be there, but all the traveling that my wife and I did to our event just last week meant that we both ended up with COVID and we are both in no state to be traveling. I hope I can be able to give you this presentation as long as I don't start coughing, I'll be okay. Right, so you've been told who I am. I'm a hemp builder and a director of the IHBA. So, who am I? I'm a cannabis activist since 1972. You can see this picture of me when I'm a very young lad, but I was smoking pot, but I was also listening to and reading a lot of news on the underground press, the sort of hippie newspapers, and in there were reports about this new report that had been written by MIT called The Limits to Growth, which basically told us that there was no possibility of continuing this crazy lifestyle of 2 cars and all the luxuries that went with a Western lifestyle. So, amongst those other publications that were promoting the kind of solutions to this were things like the Whole Earth Catalogue, which was a bit like the internet before the internet was invented. It had information about how to obtain everything you needed for a sort of off-grid, online alternative lifestyle, from everything from yoga books to how to build a windmill to alternative housing. And another book that inspired me greatly was this Handmade Houses, A Guide to the Woodbutcher's Art, which was a collection of photographs from people that were living in the woods in the west coast of the US, building very alternative type of structures with quite sustainable and alternative materials. Then I moved back to Ireland, and before I did that, I became aware of the Emperor Wears No Clothes by Jack Arrar, and that made me into a hemp activist. I gave many copies away to my friends, and then moved back to Ireland, where I started building my own home. I discovered the hemp building materials because in the appendix to one of his later editions, he mentioned the hemp building materials from Isochange in France. And that inspired me to buy some materials to use in the house that I was part way through constructing, my thatched cottage in the west coast of Ireland, and I adapted it, used it as a plaster coat. You can see here on the left is a picture of my kitchen. This is the first ever hemp building job I did, where I plastered the walls with hemp plaster. And after a few months or years after doing this, I started to do it for other people because they liked what they saw in my house. And I ended up with hundreds of people phoning me up asking me information about this system and whether they could buy it. So in the end I decided to write a book because that was the only way I could explain the basics to everybody without having to spend days on the phone, and then they might come back to me with more educated questions. So then I started to think, well, I have to teach people how to use this, both to be able to sell them the materials, but also just so that other people could do it for themselves. And this was my first hemp building course. You can't see many people in the picture, but you can see that it involved describing and using all kinds of different versions. And the building we were actually holding this course in was a building that I designed and project managed, and this also had hemp plaster on the inside of it. This also led on to me being in contact with other groups who were interested in promoting alternative ideas, and a lot of those people were connected to permaculture. Permaculture was an idea that originated after the first sort of oil problem around about 1972. Funny how a lot of things all started around that time, but that was when we had the first sort of oil crisis, and that was when also that it had been predicted that the US would reach its peak of oil production, something that the actual oil industry was absolutely horrified by, and they tried to discredit the scientist who came up with those ideas, a guy called Kevin Martin, and tried to dismiss the whole concept as ridiculous. However, some years later, a group of oil geologists from around the world attempted to do the same calculation for the whole planet rather than just the American industry, and they realized that around about the middle of the 2000s, the noughties, that we would be heading into a similar sort of situation. This inspired some students who were studying permaculture in a course in Kinsale in the southwest of Ireland, in County Cork, studying the very first accredited permaculture course, to invite me to come and teach them about hemp building. They then realized, when they'd amassed all this information about the impending doom, if you like, of oil becoming to be more expensive, and that climate change being a result of oil use was going to have dramatic implications for humanity especially. So they got together and a plan called the Energy Descent Action Plan for their local town of Kinsale. This then got elaborated into the Transition Handbook, and that had other elements within it about housing, clothing, food, transport, and many other aspects of what that would entail, including a kind of psychotherapy or psychological aspect of how shocking it was to most people that the information of peak oil and climate change meant their futures were going to be vastly different. Something that the generation of Greta Thunberg is all too aware. In my attempts to spread this information more broadly, I decided to hold the first hemp building symposium, international one, in my hometown of Kenmare. And despite the remote location, we're a very small town right on the very west coast of Ireland, in the mountains by the sea. Over 70 people travelled from all over the world to attend, something which really amazed me at the time. And at the end of that symposium, we decided to form the first international hemp building association. Since then, we've held 11, or we've held 10 since then, 11 events altogether. The second one was in Grenada, the third one in Switzerland, the fourth one in Wales, the fifth one in Germany, the sixth one in Italy, the seventh one in Canada, the eighth one in Brussels, the ninth one in online due to COVID, and the next one was the next one was, sorry. was so somehow that really, the next one. Well, sorry about this. The next one, of course, was in France, and then we held one last week. So, to miss that. After that, which last week's event was very interesting. I'm sure you can ask several people in the audience about the details of that. I'm not going to elaborate and spend any more time discussing that. But my other international activities were in teaching courses and trying to spread the information and the technology that way. This led me to go to Australia, USA, Costa Rica, Canada, Finland, Sweden, and many other places, including holding several at my home here in Ireland. And this helped infuse people and spread the technology. Many people in these photographs that you see here have gone on to producing industries in their own countries. And I'm very proud to have been able to do this. I also has taken me to some very challenging places. Nepal, just because it's a place where there is not a lot of easy access to high tech, and not a lot of easy access to funds either. But a very intelligent family, you could say, invited me to come and see what I could show them and see whether it was relevant for them. They were in the process of building a new hospital in a town called Janakpur, or a city called Janakpur in the south of Nepal, which is near the Indian border, and they wanted to build a trial part of that hotel, of that hospital, as a waiting room out of hemp. So we had to adapt the steel frame that was already there and try and build a hemp structure around that. We did that with bamboo poles and split bamboo cane shuttering and that sort of thing. And that has gone, they've gone on there to form a company called Shiv, Shah Hemp Innovations. And they have now installed hemp in many buildings, including many existing hostels up in the Himalayas. It also took me to Haiti, where some of the people in your audience would be aware of Rit Valoria. She's there in the picture with me. And she was able to initially gain some funding from the Finnish government to try and create a school for ecological building where we would try to establish and introduce hemp into Haiti. Now, this is probably the most difficult of all projects, and as the people from Haiti that are at your conference now can tell you, Haiti is now in a very, very bad situation. But it was pretty difficult when I was there 8-9 years ago, and there was no chance of importing hemp easily. And by the time we did manage to import it, Ritva and I had to leave because our visas and stuff were running out, and our funds as well. So we did manage to teach some of the core group you see in that photograph to be able to build with hemp, and they did start building a structure. But unfortunately, the Finnish government ceased the funding dramatically because the government changed, and the remains of the structure that had been built was starting to be stolen by other people local to the site, and the materials are now, we hope, still in a yard in Port-au-Prince. But the man in charge of that yard is now a refugee in Texas himself. Another place that I've been to recently is the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where there is a possibility of trying to start up a hemp industry there. But the government, seeing the money that was being boasted about online of CBD and other medical stuff, thought, all right, well, to start an industry here, we're going to have to create a license. And for you guys to buy a license, that means you're going to have to spend at least a couple of million just to buy the license. So that's put that project on hold for a while. So there are a lot of range of opportunities when they say hemp building. It could be many different styles or types of building. You can see here a very, very low-tech version in Nepal where a widow who is very low down in the social scale appealed for some help to a local charity who put them onto Shiv Nivedita and Diraj of Shiv Hemp Building, and they came and helped enlarge her house and improve it greatly with hemp. With the volunteer help of people like Hanka, who happened to be in Nepal at the time. And that woman has now gone on to becoming a very important member of her community, whereas once she was shunned. The picture on the right is a very luxurious looking home. It's built with a very different type of technology, one that incorporates very modern aspects to building, an actual steel frame, in fact, with hemp panels fixed to the inside of that, with cast hempcrete applied to the outside of it to create a very modern and sophisticated looking building. We also not just about building existing houses, and it's not creating an alternative to concrete. That's something that needs to be stated early on. When we talk about hempcrete, we're not talking about something structural. So we're either talking about an existing structure, of which there is a vast amount all over the planet that needs to be upgraded. The picture on the left here, it happens to be in Costa Rica, where it was more or less a small little cabin of the sort of traditional variety, built basically with very small, very thin concrete walls and a tin roof. And this was wrapped up in hempcrete with a sort of double layer roof to help with cooling. And this has proved very successful. As somebody was mentioning earlier, this is actually for the tourist trade and something that there's a sort of sector that's quite a good client for hemp building in many parts of the world. And the other picture, of course, is something that Paolo, one of your next speakers, will be able to explain to you in greater detail. But this is a classic example of a modern building built with all kinds of ecological aspects and aspects of controlling the heat from the sun, providing shade, providing a cool and comfortable atmosphere within it without loads of energy use. So we need to build new buildings, and there are many, many reasons to build new buildings. But of course, we have a huge building stock, whether it's residential, offices, or service buildings, like hospitals or schools, that drastically need to be upgraded so that we reduce drastically the amount of energy that we use to heat or cool or light those sort of buildings.
Steve, thank you very much for a beautiful, beautiful presentation. But if you don't mind, we need to give the floor to the other speaker.
Well, that was just about it. That's it.
All right. So we will discuss later on after all the presentations. We can discuss more. But now I would like to ask Paolo Ronchet if he can give his speech and presentation.
Can I get the remote control, please?
Who's got the remote control? Who took it?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Paolo Ronchetti. I've been involved with hemp building since 2006, first as a postgraduate student and a researcher, and then as an entrepreneur, and now as a manager. In 2011, I started up a company which was called Equilibrium, with the aim of introducing hempcrete construction in Italy. At the time, we had no hemp building in Italy. And since the beginning, my aim was to bring hempcrete to the industrial scale, because according to me, that was the only way to bring this technology to the stage that it deserves to be. In 2018, we joined Senini, which is an industrial player in the north of Italy. It is a large company with 5 plants. One of them is totally dedicated to hempcrete construction. We didn't invest into a new plant. We actually retrofitted an existing plant for making concrete blocks into hempcrete blocks plant. The company core business is concrete products, mainly floors and blocks. As an industrial player, we decided to invest mainly on a patent. We patented a specific mix for hempcrete. We found out in 2015 that by using air lime and probiotics, we were able to speed up the hardening and the drying of the hempcrete by maintaining the highest breathability and the longest durability. We also invested in brands, basically, which, as you can see, represent all the products that we manufacture and sell. Briefly, as I said, we start from limestone. We use air lime, and by adding the probiotics, we speed up the carbonation, because probiotics releases CO2 still in a wet form. So this is, well, it's supposed to be a video, but it doesn't start, no problem. This is the plant, so it's press molding the blocks. As I said, we had to just do a little changes because you don't need that much pressure, you don't need that much vibration that you would do when you make concrete products. So with little investments, we were able to start up a new production line. As you can see here, it's a very low energy production. So no hot air, no ovens, just after press molding the blocks, they stay there in the air and they get hard, and then they get palletized and then stored outside and then sold. With the same plant, we also manufacture low-density hempcrete, which is sold ready to be used in big bags, 1 or 2 cubic meters, and it is used for insulating roof and floors. We also decided to invest in the spray machine application, which is an alternative to the construction with the blocks. And it really speeds up the construction cycle, because with this machine, which is our own machine, it's a new project we came up with, basically you can reach up to 30 cubic meters per day of applied materials. This was another video, but no problem. This is something very interesting, because last year we obtained an environmental product declaration on the 3 main products, so the hemp blocks, the low-density insulation, and the sprayed applied hempcrete. And as you can see, all of them resulted in a negative CO2 value. So there is more CO2 sequestered and captured by the hempcrete materials than the overall CO2 emitted along the life cycle. So you can see it goes from minus 44 kilos of CO2 per cubic meter for the block up to 105 kilos of CO2 per cubic meter for the low density insulation. And since then, we were then able to count the quantity of CO2 that we contributed to sequester. And this is the homepage of our website. We update it every 3 months, and we are now, as you can see, over 1,000 tons of CO2, which is now transformed into carbon credits. Just to give you an idea, last year in 2022, we generated almost 300 verified emission credits, which are basically sold on the voluntary market. And I do expect that this figure is going to grow over time more and more, because we are just at the beginning. We do, of course, over time, since 2011, we've done hundreds of building sites all over Italy, as well as abroad. This is an interesting project. It's a hotel. It's a 4-star hotel just about to be built in a ski resort, 1,800 meters over the sea level. So temperature go down to minus 20 degrees during the winter. And the envelope was built just with a 40 centimeters hemp block. That's it. And the very same hemp block, it is used actually in the very south of Italy, like the building that Steve showed, where of course you have the opposite condition, very, very hot summers, like 40, 45 degrees. So this is the magic of hempcrete construction. Some interesting project that we did abroad, for example, this is an ashram from an Indian guru in Sweden. They wanted to retrofit existing buildings as well as build new constructions. We sold them our spray machine. We basically trained them for less than a week, and then they were able to work with no previous experience all by themselves. They did this job in 2019, and 2 years later they built this huge construction by themselves. Of course, timber frame and hempcrete envelope. In this case was a sprayed hempcrete. We distribute products in England. This was a school, as well as in Ireland, as well as in a number of countries all around the world. Of course, we are very much interested in finding partners in other countries, as well as Eastern Europe. So I'll be happy to talk with anybody interested. So this is just an example of a few awards that we got over the past few years. And that's it.
Thank you, Pablo. It was impressive again, and I've got a couple of questions already for you, but I believe that you're nicely complementary, so I'll ask Tom Mattis from the Hempwood to jump in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, Hempwood. First of all, I would like to thank everybody who organized this event, because today I think we have already received a lot of valuable information about all kinds of applications with hemp, and I hope Hempwood will also form an interesting addition to this. So my name is Tom Matthijs, I'm from Belgium. I represent Hempwood outside of the United States. Hempwood is an American company, so located in the state of Kentucky. In Kentucky, we have two facilities in one and the same village, in the village of Murray. One factory that produces hempwood blocks, and another one that produces hempwood flooring made from these blocks. First of all, what is hempwood? Probably you can guess by the name. It is not a wood, if you think this. Of course, it is a product that tries to substitute wood using the complete hemp stalk, so without decortication. It's a very important point for you to know that the founder of Hempwood, Mr. Greg Wilson, has patented certain technology that allows the complete hemp stalk, so the inside and outside part of the stalk, to convert this into a wood substitute. The goal of this invention is to actually offer an alternative to the normal wood. The wood building material industry is estimated at about 500 billion euros worldwide. I'm talking about paneling, all kinds of building materials, flooring and so on. So if we can, as Hempwood, if we can offer an eco-friendly, actually it is a carbon negative alternative to normal wood, that would be a fantastic achievement, even though our contribution would be small. We do see we have noticed from the very beginning that we started producing hempwood that there was interest worldwide from companies that wanted to start producing hempwood themselves in their own country. And this is something that we welcome very much. We can't do it all ourselves. You need a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of manpower to do this worldwide. So we welcome all companies that want to jump on the train, and we can help them setting up facilities. So here you see a more detailed image of what a hemp block looks like and hempwood flooring. So basically hempwood is a compressed material. It's 85% hemp stalks, 15% is a bonding agent. And we compress this under very high pressure to make this a very durable, hard alternative for wood. It's harder than oak. It's twice as hard as a softwood. And so it has amazing technical properties. It's a patented technology. We have 2 patents, main patents that are registered in several countries. One patent mainly it's a cold press technology on the left-hand side, meaning that we compress blocks. On the right-hand side, you see the first page of a patent, which is a hot press technology, meaning we apply heat during compression to make, for example, large solid panels. As I said, for us it's really important that hempwood is produced by as many companies as possible worldwide, instead of setting up factories ourselves worldwide, of course, which is an impossible task to do. We have companies, requests from companies from each continent worldwide to actually use their own facilities. They want to use locally grown hemp to use that and convert it in a factory that they would build themselves using local people and sell it locally. So this is a project that we very much support, and that's why we have this kind of license agreement policy in place, a license program that allows this to do. What are the main goals? Nothing surprising probably for this audience. Is of course, fight deforestation as much as we can. You all know how fast hemp can grow compared to normal trees. So it's a non-brainer basically to use hemp if we can use a complete stalk. It is also proven in different studies that if we use hemp as a raw material, that, for example, as a flooring, for example, in this room, instead of, let's say, vinyl flooring or plastic flooring or any other flooring that has certain more harmful or more chemical materials in it, it has an impact on the cognitive capabilities of people. For example, we have concluded a very big contract with American schools. These schools have opted for our flooring, not just because it's eco-friendly and is the right thing to do, because it has been proven scientifically that students have a 10% better cognitive performance if they are in a room where there is no any harmful chemicals. So that's why we also call our floor healthy flooring. We do not use any formaldehyde, added formaldehyde in our production. It is purely even the bonding agent is natural based, it's a bio-based glue, so we do not, it would be easy to use formaldehyde, we do not do it. We have chosen the difficult route of figuring out how to use natural components in our glue. We use mainly soy flour as the ingredient to make the bonding happening. This is a video, hopefully it works. Push this button probably. No sound.
Dried stalks are separated, crushed, and submerged in a plant-based, no-added formaldehyde resin. A drying kiln circulates air to cure the resin to the stalks. The hemp is then pressed into blocks and baked in the oven. Blocks are then carefully cut to order. The zero waste system uses leftover product to power the on-site bioburner. At the milling factory, hempwood organic flooring comes together. Each piece is then boxed by hand and shipped to customers around the world. See how hempwood can improve your healthy living space. Visit hempwood.com today.
Okay, we're back. So in the video, probably you have seen that our factory is not made in the most sophisticated way. Actually, I want to, Maciej Kowalski, you have visited our factory, and I want to join your point that you made that you don't have to invent all the machines or buy all the new machinery. Actually, many of the machinery that we have, or many that we have in our factory, comes from the tobacco industry. For example, our drying kilns, some of our drying racks. It comes from the tobacco industry because that was just in the area available. We used a sea container and converted it into also for drying and also for as a baking oven. So we have tried to use all kinds of cheap materials and make the best out of it, because sometimes the machines just don't exist for hemp application. You have to figure out yourself because having it made by companies will cost a fortune and will also cost a lot of time. So the production process, as you can see on the screen, we start from round bales usually. They can also use square bales, but round bales is the most easy to process. So open the bale, we remove any foreign objects. Then we will crush the complete hemp stock. We will add our bonding agents, our glue. Then we will dry everything. Then we will compress into blocks. We will then bake again. We will add heat to these blocks so that the glue inside becomes liquid again, so that the block can cure. And then there will be a resting phase for these blocks to become as strong as they are. So hemp wood is actually the block, as you can see on the left-hand side. Now on the right-hand side, you see two different visuals. You see a more linear visual and a more random visual. Each of the two visuals is always present in a hempwood block. The only thing we have to do is turn the block 90 degrees on its side and cut it in the other direction. The linear visual that you see on the left-hand side, you will probably also see a piece of flooring go around in the public. We use this linear visual for our flooring, for large panels, because it is the, let's say, the more straight, it has a more straight visual. It's the more, the visual that coincides more with normal parquet flooring. Whereas on the right-hand side, the random visual is something that is more used for designer objects. Here you see again a photograph of the lumber. So by cutting the block, we can make lumber, for example. Again, in the two visuals. But we can make all kinds of other products. On this slide, you see not only lumber, not only flooring, we can make furniture panels. One-sided furniture panels, or furniture panels that have hempwood on both sides. We can even make solid furniture panels right now. For example, to be used as kitchen tops. It was going. Here are some photos of flooring. So we can actually give the flooring a certain color so that it has a different color than the natural color, but we always try to coat them in such a way that the original grain of the hemp is still visible. Here you can see this as well. We're also very proud that we have had a life cycle assessment that tells that our hemp flooring is carbon negative. Actually, it's the only carbon negative wood flooring in the United States. It is a great achievement. Of course, we have 85% of the product that is hemp, sequestering about 1.62 tons of CO2 per ton of hemp. So this is, of course, already a very important component of it. But the reason why we have achieved this carbon negative status is also because 99.5% of our electricity comes from hydropower. This is also a very important part of this achievement. And we are also very conscious of how we process our waste. When we produce blocks or when we cut the blocks, of course we have a certain hempwood waste. And we have designed our own bio burner, which so we burn our waste in this bio burner. This will create heat, and this heat we can reuse again in our own factory to heat, so as a power for the kilns, for our drying chambers, also to use in our baking oven to bake these blocks. So this is a very important component, and as a result, of course, after burning we have biochar, we have the pot ash, let's say. This is also not wasted. We can sell this to farmers, and they use it on the land, for example, as a fertilizer. So almost nothing is wasted in our factory. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we've got the Czech representative, Patrik Meyringer. Sorry for this.
Okay, hello. My name is Patrik Meyringer, and I start with natural material in 2007. Mainly in Czech and Slovak Republic, Czechoslovakia. And during the time we start sell material mainly from hemp. For first it was colors, varnishes, oil for wood, from hemp ropes, from fibers. And second was hemp isolation, because in Czech Republic, in Moravia, was big company who produced hemp isolation, and we sell their products. We use it in roofs and the other, but I think Francesco tell you more about this isolation. I can show you only some picture, and there are some information about this, but some picture from our work. We use it to floors, to wall, to roofs, and the wall desk for contact isolation for brick houses. But we are there for hempcrete because it is a very interesting process, and my colleagues talk about it. There is some structure of hemp sheaf, and it is why this is isolation. And when you mix the hemp herds, hemp sheaf with lime binder and water, you can prepare isolation for roof, wall isolation, floor isolation, and you can prepare material for plasters. There is some construction. This is for our first visit in France, where we were with my colleagues. There is some test for fire resistance. This is from Great Britain. 72 minutes after destruction, this construction, the material was okay, and it is fire resistance, is okay for everything. But main important, very important information are isolation parameters. Diffusivity, open material, good isolation for thermal conductivity, and very important things is temperature accumulation for hempcrete. But what is question for this time is CO2. CO2, it is like a mantra. Everybody talking, all European Union, all world talking about CO2. No, all world no, only the West. But I say my colleagues, the hempcrete or the hemp can catch a lot of CO2 from the air, and it is main process, and it is why we tell the people, yes, it could help for our future, because this material is really natural and carbon credit low. When I start with this material, I start with a little project, mainly a reconstruction, repairing old houses, prepare for first floor, plasters, and the other. But in last time we start use hemp lime plasters, but clay hemp plasters together in old houses, and we built clay together mixed with hemp sheaf. Very nice design. This other our project from North Bohemia, Hejnice, hemp floors. Other project from two houses, Uholičky and Vraž u Berouna. It was isolation from outside. We use their hempcrete, but I can recommend this process for inside isolation. It is really better. Other in Parenský Týnec, earth chip, and we use their hempcrete too. Dobřichovice, near Praha, there we use hemp floor and little house under the new cottage from straw panels. Family house in Jamné u Tišnova in Moravia. It's modern house. There we use in roof hemp isolation, but all walls in this house are from hempcrete. Cottage in Kácov, it is Middle Bohemia. Roundhouse near Plzeň, in Záhoří u Nepomuku. It is very nice house, and there we were a lot of workshops with clients and potential clients. It is very nice house. And we made it mainly, we put hempcrete to the shuttering. Yes, it was our first work with this mixing machine. It is family house in Kňovice, South Bohemia. There are some details when we use it, and we put the hempcrete to the shuttering. There are some plasters. It is very nice project because owner of this house bring this material to the Czech Republic. He showed it before 2000 in TV, but nobody knows it, and he is my friend, and I sell him after this some material because he has a big knowledge and he teach me how to do. There are inside in the floor is hempcrete too, hempcrete isolation. Hemp lime isolation. I can remember a very good guy, Vul Jordan. He taught me too. He was Belgian guy, and he left us, I think, 3-4 weeks ago. Sorry, but Wolf was the capacity for lime and for using this lime with hempcrete, with hemp. There we teach how to do with this material with spraying machine. Graham Durant from Great Britain was there and teach us how to do. There are some important things: low thermal conductivity, medium density, and high heat capacity, fire resistance, and the other things. But now we have the new project in North Bohemia with company EcoBuild, and this is a natural park, farm of elements or garden of elements, and it is in Lánov near Vrchlabí, and there we built normal roundhouse from hempcrete. You can see here from hempcrete. And on the top are everywhere hemp oil lasers, varnishes, hemp oil for wood. Inside is hempcrete too. And after this we start new project with hempcrete blocks. We didn't know how to do a lot of information from internet, but we cooperate with project and architect office and prepare these pieces for wooden construction. And one of this round house, because this is two house, in one is 7 room and second house is for public presentation and something like a theater. And we built one round house during 8 hours with these pieces. It was very interesting because after drying we can prepare very quick one house. And this is after. Later on the top is hemp oil, hemp varnishes, everything. And after this experience we start with new project, house Mila, we name it Mila, from prefabricated pieces. And now we prepare 9 houses near Lanov in North Bohemia for like a development project. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Patrick. And now we've got a last speaker, Francesco Faralli. And then we're gonna jump to the discussion right away, I guess.
Okay. So first of all, thanks to Czech Hemp for inviting our company. And thanks all of you for coming. I'll be brief in this introduction. My name is Francesco Faralli and I work for Cormatex. We are machinery producers based in Italy. Nowadays it's the 3rd generation that it's running the company that was founded in 1938. The company initially started in 2 sectors, wool and spinning from the very beginning, but around the 60s the company decided to move also into the non-woven business. And around 2006, 2007, so almost 20 years ago, the company developed this machine, these 2 machines actually, 2 airlay machine, with the idea to process not just virgin fiber or virgin material, but mainly to process waste. So the machine has not been specifically designed for hemp. The idea behind the concept was to use, as you can see from the picture, even mattresses, paper, carpets, any kind of waste that can be grinded to form a sort of mat. And lately we discovered that the hemp fiber or hemp chives, with those kind of input material, we can achieve good quality of products. We have 2 machines, Labformer V and H, and the name depends on the orientation of the fiber. So in the H, the fiber are laid down on horizontal layer, while on the vertical one, they lay down vertically. I will not speak about all the products that can be processed to this machine, but I will just go directly to hemp. And as you can see here, we can basically process any kind of vegetable fibers. Here you have an idea of the fiber orientation. We can also merge these 2 lines to have a product with both kind of fiber orientation in order to have both advantages of fiber orientation, so vertical and horizontal. This is more or less how a line looks like. So we have, first of all, some bale openers where we are feeding and weighting the material. And after that, there is a primary opener that mix and blend all these fibers. And then a chemical application device that can spray any kind of liquid. So for building insulation, for example, flame retardant. After that, fine opener, depending on the type of fiber that we are feeding, if we need to be more, let's say, aggressive on the opening of the fiber. And then we have the airlay, so the forming machine. We can set different weight and of the products. And after the airlay, we can have a needle punch product, so would be 100% hemp fiber,
or a thermobonded product. So in that case, at the beginning of the line, in one of the bale opener, we add thermoplastic fiber, a low melting fiber that can be both synthetic or natural one. And then the oven will basically melt this fiber to create the cohesion among the fibers. The main, let's say, advantage or innovation in this kind of technology is that we cannot process just the fiber, but we can even process the hemp sheaves or herds, I mean the wooden parts, to create these kind of panels, or even the fiber, but mixed with these wooden parts. From the machine process standpoint of view, there is no issues, let's say, in mixing different kind of fiber and herds. This is more or less how the relay looks like. So we have a feed condenser where we are blowing the fiber or any kind of input material, then goes through a volumetric feeder that forms a first mat where we have a scale that is checking the weight of the product, and then there is this vertical section of the machine, the forming section, where we have 8 distributing rollers that are aerodynamically forming the mat. So at the end, at the bottom of the forming machine, we have some suction fans, so the machine is basically working a little bit in negative pressure, and then at the outlet of the machine we have another scale to obviously check that the weight is on target. We can add any kind of powder or resin inside our product in a percentage up to even 60 or 70%. This can be a flame retardant or any kind of resins. It can be even the binder if we don't want to use the thermoplastic fiber at the beginning of the line. Can be any kind of resin to bind the material. These are some possible application. So in building insulation, home furnishing, and other interesting sectors that we've seen nowadays is for the food packaging or pharmaceutical packaging, where we are trying to replace plastic, any kind of plastic, with paper, but also natural fiber like hemp. And yeah, we do have a pilot line in our factory when the customer can come in with their fiber, so we can test, let's say, their fiber with our machine to make a small production, let's say. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, as I said from the very beginning, I'm not from the hemp industry. I work as an ecotech, person within the state. So I'm from outside. So I might have some naive questions. Let's play this game, right? I've heard here quite many times today that it's important that the hemp industry goes together. But to me, it sounds, or it seems, that it's a highly competitive industry. With your client, how do you feel from the market at the moment? Are you satisfied with the demand on the market, or what are the biggest blocks within the strategy to go to market? Can we open up this question, like about the market? Is the market ready for you?
Can I start? No, this market is growing. I see it because long time in Czech Republic it is growing up. And during COVID it was like a rocket, up to. But now we can feel some problems on all economics around the world, and we feel it. That's right. I don't know how my colleagues maybe tell you something different. I don't know. But I am afraid that the European Union don't support these materials because pushing CO2, but nothing to do for hemp.
Well, I think I wanted to also take that point. We all know hemp, of course, everybody in this room knows hemp. We all know what the benefits are, but it has already been said a few times today that to really bring this to a larger scale, other types of people need to be aware of this. And I think politicians on a country level, on the European level, they have to be really aware of the fact that there is a very valuable solution if they're really serious about the Green Deal and about capturing a lot of CO2 and fight deforestation. There is a solution, we all know it, so it has to be brought to their attention as well. As I've heard today also, it can be a lengthy process, absolutely, but we have to start sometime. I'm sure it was already on its way. But yeah, a lot more contacts will have to be made on a national and on a European level to make the decision makers aware. And then you have, of course, the other part. Even if our politicians are convinced that yes, hemp is the way to go forward, we really need to focus on this. Then I think a good way of supporting our industry would be subsidizing. Already there are certain subsidies in place, but for me personally, for example, if hemp wood products would be subsidized, for example, if people would put hemp wood flooring in their house and would get a subsidy to do so instead of normal wood flooring, maybe people would be more interested or more aware of all the hemp products that we have on offer today. Then the last point, also we already covered a little bit today, what is the established industry? How are they looking at hemp products? In my case, hemp wood, of course, there's a lot of wood producers worldwide. How do they look at the new kid on the block? Is it welcoming, or is it? Is there a certain opposition to it? I think what I see now is that there is an interest also from the wood processors. They understand that they can make a difference using hemp. So hemp wood is indeed becoming more and more on the radar, even of wood manufacturers or wood processors, as an alternative, let's say, product range, as a complementary product next to the normal wood products.
Yeah, when I started my business venture 12 years ago, I didn't come from the building sector, so I came from a totally different perspective, like economics and business. So my expectation was 3 years' time of effort and work, and then we would have boomed, because hempcrete had so many properties in line with the trends of the time. Reality was totally different, and I found it out on my own skin. The construction industry has an innovation cycle of 8-9 years. That means that if you have a good idea, a good product, it takes at least 8 years for the product to be accepted by the market. Why? Why there is a very lack of innovation. All players like architects, builders, even final users don't like new products because there is a lot of money to be invested. Most of the time you do your life investment when you buy a house, so you don't trust new things. Even architects, they like to do the way they're used to. Builders, the same. So what we learned is that you need to take your time. You need to build up awareness in the market. You need to invest in training. You need to invest in promoting the products. And you need to be covered financially in order to face the time that is needed. So the market is there, will be there, but we just have to take a long-term perspective, because that's the rule of the game. We cannot do anything. Of course, we could be helped, we could be supported, but actually what's happening is, what has happened so far is basically the opposite. when we talk about hempcrete, we look at building materials for the envelope. We don't look at structural materials. So the competition is usually made of mineral or synthetic materials, which actually today they make 98–99% of the market. For example, in Italy we had a scheme 2 years ago where if you wanted to refurbish, to retrofit your house, the government paid you back 110% of your investment. So let's say the cost of improving the energy efficiency of your house was 50,000 euro, the government gave you back 55,000 euro in tax credit. So, and then you could sell the credit to banks or financial entities to get your money back. But unfortunately, on the list of allowed material, there were only synthetic and mineral materials. No mention of natural materials. I'm not talking just about hemp. I'm talking about wood fiber. I'm talking about cork. So that made lots of confusion to the market, and we basically got a very, very, very tiny percentage of that. Why am I saying this? Because there is no interest from the public authorities to promote green building, and that's my view today. I have no doubt about that.
Thank you for that input, and maybe that passed me another question, because how it comes, what is happening usually with other industries. Obviously, we can feel from that there is a lobby of other players, and they've got a stronger position. So hemp might be not there yet, but what happens usually here, especially in the Czech Republic, there is always someone on the university, some professor, maybe a bunch of the professors, and they are like very wisely saying this is the way to go. And they are usually invited in the sort of like a counseling committee for the politicians. And this usually helps. Or what Pavel Zedníček was talking about in the morning here, those guides of decarbonization, or especially the wood. I know that you are focusing on subsidizing the wood somehow, substitute the wood. But the wood, there is a lot of studies going on in the Nordic countries as well. What like positive effects does it have on people to be sitting in the wooden room, and how many CO2 is actually captured in the wood over there, and it's not gonna be burned out if they're not very unlucky. How do you see that in the hemp industry in your countries? Because you are all from different countries, different backgrounds. I would like to hear it like a benchmark, please. Thank you. The university background,
Okay, I start once more.
And Steve, we've got a Steve here. Sorry, I'm sorry if you wanna say something. You were left out the last round, so it's your turn. I'm sorry.
Well, if I can just say very briefly, there is the need for direct action, I think. We are running out of time. We cannot be messing around with endless bureaucracy and meetings in governments that take forever, or for universities to slowly change their modules. I think in the next few years we will need to make some very dramatic statements publicly through mediums online like YouTube or Facebook or whatever, and we're going to need to make some direct actions at building events, that kind of thing, to really draw attention to the solutions we are offering, because although we are still very small players, we have some very serious alternatives. Of course, we are still only small, but as we heard in the symposium, there are big moves happening, and there is a big factory just about to be built in Sweden. There is very large projects happening in places like Sweden, and these are great examples. We went to visit a massive building in Wurst in the Netherlands, the town hall, which saves thousands of units of energy. and they're now spending zero on that. And if that is not a great message for public bodies, for local governments and national governments to start spending money on our materials, I don't know what is.
Thank you. My experience is when I start with hemp, because I was, as you, from another type of business, not from building industry. For first, I start visited architects and projects, and nobody won't talk with me because we don't stay in contact with some dealer, and hemp was like hell from them. But it's changing during time. And now we cooperate with Czech Hemp Cluster, we have Czech Hemp Institute, we're talking with people from government and with scientists from university, mainly in Prague, and I teaching because I going on the steep step. And I teaching in my workshop in university in Brno and cooperate with ČVUT here in Prague. But this is really slowly process. Yeah, they are pushing, but this is slowly process. And I hope I am optimistic from this in this case because I see that they have an interest, but we will see how it will be in Czech Republic. We haven't this support as, for example, in Italy. From government and the other countries, France, have big support for hemp. It is not in Czech Republic, but I hope for changing.
Thank you. Gentlemen, want to take a word?
Yes, I wanted to add that from our side, we also work a lot with universities, mainly for product development, but of course they also come in contact with other organizations. And they also see, of course, the benefits of hemp. Most of our inquiries, let's say large-scale inquiries, come from architects, specifiers, designers who have found our product, who are really looking for a carbon neutral, carbon negative, durable product, and luckily then they come very often in our way. So this is of course an evolution that we very much welcome because these are large projects, thousands and thousands of square meters or cubic meters that come under the attention. But yeah, I also join your opinion that it's going too slow. It's just a lengthy process, and yeah, talking to politicians can be indeed a very lengthy process. It is, of course, they make the laws, so we really need to make people understand that this is the right thing to do. It's the way of helping the industry, helping the end consumer, helping ourselves in the long term. But yeah, there has to be awareness. We have to increase awareness of people who are outside of the hemp industry as well, so that it can be put on another level, a much, much bigger level.
Just wanted to add one thing. Someone in a previous presentation said we are a niche in a niche. And that's what I do believe in the building sector as Hempcrete we're doing. So this means we cannot expect to be the market leader anytime soon. But what I'm seeing over, well, actually today, is that our niche has totally changed compared to what it was 10, 15 years ago. Now, the size of the project, the players we talk to are totally different. At the beginning, we used to work with like fundamentalists, like very environmentally friendly, focused people. Now we do work with real estate developers, people that decide to invest in 8-10 apartment buildings, and they decide to use an Hempcrete envelope because it's easier to sell
properties, it's easier to sell the apartments. We also saw that so this is in terms of scale and in terms of the people we talk to. We are also seeing a very interesting trend in terms of tourism, in terms of providing eco solution for people that go on holiday. That's another very interesting trend. So, you know, as someone said before, it is very important to focus, to be aware about the client you work with, and to know him very, very well, so that you can talk the way he talks, so that you can use the words that he uses, so that it's going to be easier to get in touch and to understand each other.
Maybe I can also add another optimistic feedback, let's say, not about the future, but the present nowadays. As I said before, we are working in many kind of business segments, let's say, not just building insulation, but can be automotive, interlinings for jackets, for textile. And what we see is that nowadays, the majority of our business is coming recently for building insulation, and I would say that 90% of the inquiries and then of the lines sold are for natural fibers, and among those fibers, hemp is for sure the main one, I would say. So what we see from our perspective is that the business for this kind of application, so home insulation made of hemp fiber, is really growing a lot. Not in future, but now.
This is great to hear. And maybe I will have a last question, and then I will hand over to the audience, or, you know, I will give you the mic already, because we've got last 30 minutes before the matchmaking or the evening schedule.
Hi, so my question is regarding retrofitting readily existing buildings. So I'm thinking specifically, for example, in cases where projects are abandoned halfway through. I have in mind a skyscraper in Paris which stayed abandoned for about 20 years, called La Tour Pleyel, which they're currently retrofitting, not at all with hempcrete, but would that be something which would be conceivable in the situation, for example, where all the structural elements are there, but what's missing is the walls, what's missing is the insulation materials? Is that something that could be possible? Because that's a case which exists in a lot of cities where skyscrapers or developments were halfway built, the structure is there, but it's not finished. Could that be done with hempcrete, for example?
Yes, absolutely. The example you're talking about is more like a new construction than a retrofitting, because when we use hempcrete, we always start from a structure, from a structural frame, which can be made of concrete, of timber, of steel. So hempcrete would definitely be the solution, but it would also be the best solution for retrofitting existing buildings like this one, like buildings that were built 50, 60, even 30, even 20 years ago, which are now totally, inefficient from an energy point of view. And we found out that it is just about adding 6 centimeters of hempcrete to the inside of the construction in order to totally avoid the energy dissipation during winter and the energy accumulation during summer. So very, very simple intervention, very, very cheap intervention, but a highly, efficient in terms of, result.
I think Steve wanted to say something.
Yeah, the hotel that's been recently finished in South Africa is a classic example of this, where they use hemp blocks and an existing structure. But there are increasingly a large number of such structures in all cities as people have moved towards working from home. And there are many office buildings that are now empty, and they desperately need to be refurbished as accommodation due to the large number of refugees and immigrants that we are getting due to war and climate change. So it's a huge market, and as Paolo's just said, it's also a huge market for many buildings that are also being currently used, like the town hall we went to see, or the building in Yverdon in Switzerland that was encased in hempcrete many years ago, and many buildings that are currently very energy inefficient. And all it needs to be done is the hempcrete either needs to be cast manually, sprayed, or hempcrete blocks are applied to the outside of it. There are many different ways of doing that, and it will have a great effect, as has been proved with all the cost reductions of the costs of heating or cooling.
Thank you very much, Steve. Great comment to that. I want to add to that as well, not just asking a question. So everyone is asking, why is the building industry not reflecting? Why our architects are not running towards us in large groups? Well, there's one simple reason. At least that's true for Germany. And I'm following that very closely. So one reason being, Germany is focusing very much on stocking up existing buildings with two other levels, which mainly means the structural element has to bear another two levels of accommodation, meaning you have to build light buildings. So hempcrete or hemp-based buildings would be ideal. And they have built an alliance with some governmental institutes and research institutes together. But then again, you have the already existing building industry going straight into this, lobbying their material. And once this alliance is finished, which I believe in about a year and a half, they have built and written down all the planning that is being done on stocking up. So if the hemp industry is not able to supply the same amount of information on their material, and then I'm coming now to the question or the comment being said about retrofitting. So we have a huge problem that we can't prove so far, at least to my knowledge, that applying 6 centimeters of hempcrete on the inside of an existing building does prevent moisture from building up in the existing space. And I know it's a completely nonsense to ask this question in the first place, but I've talked to a scientist, and he is responsible for doing the approval of hemp building materials and building practices when it comes to moisture build-up, and then the result being mold or other moisture-originated problems in existing buildings. And he, as a scientist, said to me, yeah, but you know, you can say that, but you need to prove it scientifically, and therefore you need to do at least 3 years of research, and you have to take all the sensors in, and you know, you need to do this, that, and something else. So there is a lot of barriers that has been built by the existing industry to prevent something new coming in fast way. And one last comment, and then I'll shut up, is the only way that hemp will be applied faster if an existing industry, like in Finland, the paper industry, all of a sudden finds out, hang on a minute, trees are not there naturally in vast amounts all the time. So they're shutting down the first paper mill because of tree shortage. So they have all of a sudden realized after 100 years, trees are not growing naturally as fast as they expected to, growing their industry. So we need to be ready when industries realize that their natural resources of biomass, will not be readily available as it was in the past. So that's our moment now, and that's why I agree on everything being said on this panel. We need to run out and get the message out, as Steve said, on all levels, and tell people, we know that you're going to run out of material in the next couple of years. We are here, and we get ready, and we need to talk to investors and tell them exactly the same information. If you invest now, in 5 years, you've got your return on your balance sheet. Thank you very much.
That was a very nice comment. And I would like to add and ask you all, maybe, are you aware of smart specialization of your countries? There is a strategy called smart specialization. Every region has got their own smart specialization. It will be very good, I believe, to push the hemp industry into those smart specialization where it is related to where you have some hemp facility. This is quite important to actually push that through, to let the universities to be, doing their research on it, to getting the results, put it into the system from my own experience or perspective. Steve, sorry, I jumped to you. What do you wanted to say something?
No problem. I just wanted to add that Michael was asking for examples for Akademie to look at. There are many examples, and a good few of them are in my new book, which I sent a box of books to your conference. I was just going to say that you can sell them, 30 euros each, and keep the money for the Czech Hemp Group. But they are the sort of books that need to be shown to these academics to say, well, there is 10, 15 more, maybe years of example here of evidence. And if that is not enough, then, you need to look at yourselves. The academic world, relies on modules to teach these new architects, and their modules are so out of date. And then they're just finding ways to be lazy and not do the research to find the projects to use as examples.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 3 minutes, so let's jump in with another question, please.
So, I have heard of the combination of using bamboo structure with hemp walls. Now, I would like to know your opinion on that. And then the gentleman mentioned that we will have a shortage of trees, of mature trees, because we are cutting them too quickly. Is there, first of all, I would like to know your opinion on combining the two. And then secondly, is there a competition on the market between bamboo replacing wood and hemp replacing wood?
Bamboo house, Steve, I guess.
Yep.
Combination.
Come on, Jane, read the book. It's in the book.
It's this book. I'll put it there.
No, not that one. The new one. I sent a box to Prague of this book.
We've got this one.
Well, yeah, but the new
it's not
book,
there, eh?
There's a box of this book should be for you to sell.
We will ask Hanka.
Just give my experience. We have now developed a dome frame made of bamboo with hempcrete envelope. But the main obstacle to selling this solution is that in Italy, and I guess all over Europe, bamboo is not recognized as a structural material. So you would not find engineers signing the projects unless you did your own research and you, prove that the structure can be load-bearing according to the current regulations. So there is the possibility to substitute timber with bamboo, like in Asia they normally do. They've been doing for so many years. But again, we lack the culture, we lack the regulation, and we need to add them up. We need to provide them.
Okay, so we've got time. If you don't mind, we will just forget that it's already half. We got like five more minutes, let's say. So is there any question?
Okay, just say yes or no. Are prices of these materials your companies do equal to prices of competing companies like concrete? Yes or no?
Yes, they are for new construction at the moment in Italy.
Okay. And the second question is, do you have enough material? Isn't this a problem for you, like through the year?
For the moment, it's not, because we sign supply agreements with an industrial partner, so that we are not in shortage at the moment.
Thank you. And the last one is, how much approximately per year is necessary per, you different companies, different people, different countries. How much material, like the stalks, you need approximately?
At the moment, we look at 600 tons of hemp sheep. 600 tons.
Okay, thank you so much. You're great.
Can I see any hands? No, it's finished. No, I have a just very last question, if I may. If I may ask you, one or two things the hemp industry should do within within next 3 years. One, maximum 2 things in order to change in general. The hemp industry from your point of view. So it could be building. Steve?
Well, the EIHA, European Industrial Hemp Association, has a working group attempting to devise the best method of achieving a CE marking for hemp products in Europe, which would help market them. And we need to really approach the academic world and make them aware of our products and more or less force them to change, to introduce that into their modules. So young architects are taught reality and the future rather than the past.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree with Steve, certainly about the architect part. This is also what we try to do, is to make architects as aware as possible of the possibilities of using hemp as a construction material. Right now, hemp wood is non-structural, non-load bearing, but we already have the patents in place to make it structural. The tests are already going on. Within 2 years, we will have a hemp wood that is structural. This means that that all the wooden parts of a house, the frame, the roof, even also for exterior use, it will be possible to make it from hemp wood. So we hope that this is a big step forward in because the building industry, let's say, construction industry is 10 times, I don't know exactly, but I've heard numbers of 10 times bigger than the interior wood industry. So right now we can replace anything inside a house that is non-load bearing made out of wood. The next step will be in 2025, I think, that also beams, load-bearing beams, and so on, structural walls will be. It will be possible to make it from hemp wood. So, if architects are aware of this, and the general public is aware of this, then there is a hope that wood will be more and more replaced by hemp wood. But it will take a lot of work, of course.
I believe all players in the hemp building sector are now supposed to get together in a sort of a trade organization in order to have one single voice and in order to make the figure much bigger, in order to have a higher weight in terms of, policy making, lobbying, and so on. This is what actually the HEIA is trying to do. But, it's not easy to put many people together, and it's going to take time, but this is the right way to go, I believe.
This amazing flower hemp, really quick growing, and I believe that all this industry around her will be grow with her. Thank you.
Very positive, very nice.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a question that our customers are more qualified to answer, but just to say maybe my point of view, just regarding Italy maybe, is that the situation on the supply chain maybe needs still to be developed and structured a little bit more compared to other European countries, northern countries. Yeah.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, thank you very much for a very nice panel. And let me hand over the mic.
Thank you, Philip. This has been a most pleasurable and inspiring event. We have come to the very final part, which is the final word by Czech Hemp President Hanka Gabrielová.
All right, I go up. So, thank you very much for coming. It was like really pleasure to have you here, and I hope you learn a lot. You make some connection to go deeper and further in your plans and visions and dreams with these beautiful plans. Tomorrow it's a session. Michael will tell you after me, so you don't leave when I finish, more about the matchmaking and the program for the cluster exchange. I have to thank you also all the people from our HempClub project who helped put the project together, because without them we will not be here. And also all the people who come to the site events and the cluster exchange will follow tomorrow. I have to thank all my team, which did a great job on helping and supporting me and supporting this event to make it happen. Next year, we would like to make this event again, but it will be already organized just by our cluster, so it will be a regular conference with a fee, and if you really like this event, you can become the partner, so think about that. We will be in touch, and we will looking forward for your support to make this happen again. And for next one, we would like to invite more stakeholders, because now we have something to share with our stakeholders. And this year we tried to invite Minister of Agriculture. The guy apologized. He would be really happy to be with us, but he couldn't. His children were sick. And there was some others who couldn't attend, but we shared the link. So hopefully we will have nice reference for next year. So let the people come and join us for our conference. And least, I would like to invite you for the next conference, which will be here in Prague during the EHA annual meeting conference, and there will be like also opportunity for the booth, because it will be connected to the expo. And as our panelists mentioned, that there it's also opportunity for Czech companies to join cluster if you want to collaborate and move forward with us, because we're also working on the strategy for the international industrial hemp in Czech Republic, and we will try to work that towards to inspire people on the European level. So if you are not a Czech company but you like to collaborate, you can join EHA. I'll be closely working on the board of EHA, so I will try to bring all what was heard here today. And yeah, so thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. Who subscribed for the dinner, I will see you at the dinner. We will share the roadmap to the dinner later. And so you find a way. I have few places in the car left, so if somebody have some ability to get there, let me know. And yeah, that's it. So see you soon at the dinner, and yeah, thank you for coming again. It was a big pleasure.
So let me just close it with technical stuff.